Oh boy, that's some wild hair. Hello, welcome in. Hi, my name's Andrew. I'm building some cool stuff with another Andrew at Chroma Golem. We are game developers working on a game called Elixir Emporium. I work on it on stream every week on Tuesdays, and today is Tuesday. So we are getting real close to putting out a demo for people to try. We've been working really hard for the last several months on a bunch of crafting systems that are all pretty much done enough for the demo now. And we have a few pieces left, like pretty large pieces that we've been putting off and saying when those are in, we'll put out the demo. We're going to tackle one of those today. That is NPC actions. So I'll jump in the game and we'll play for a little bit to just kind of kick off the stream. But in short, it's an open world crafting RPG. There's a really in-depth crafting system. You can basically craft anything you want. And we also have NPCs that generate their own quests. So that gives you purpose and use for these items that you create. Your goal as the player is to basically go out and meet all these NPCs, learn what problems they're having, and then craft the perfect item for the problem. So you'll come back and say, hey, I know you were having some issues with really evil balloons floating over your house, so I made you a slingshot. So there's a bunch of stuff that goes on under the hood. All the quest generation is really cool. There's a lot of AI stuff under the hood that basically gives these NPCs a personality and problems and context about the world. And they use all that to generate these problems that can change based on how the world is evolving, what the player is doing, their interactions with other NPCs pretty soon. So there's a lot of that already going on. But what we're going to do today is basically breathe life into those NPCs. And we are going to give them the ability to think for themselves, make their own decisions. You see in some games like Stardew Valley is a good example. You've got some NPCs in town, and they have set schedules. So you kind of get better at the game by knowing that, Linus is here on Tuesdays at this time, so if I need to go give him a gift, I should go here. Or this character is at the bar in the evenings, so I need to talk to them for this or that. That's a very static way to kind of approach the world. You see it in the extreme in games like Hitman, where the world is basically a giant simulation and the game is played through going in and knowing exactly what everyone is going to do, and then you go in and with a lot of precision, you make changes in the world that cause different reactions to happen, different kind of butterfly effects. Like, you know that this character is going to take this path, so you block that path, so they take another path which is less secure, or whatever in that game. That's kind of the extreme of like everything is hard-coded and things are like a little bit reactionary. Everything is hard-coded in Stardew Valley. We are kind of in the opposite direction. What we're going to do in Elixir Emporium is we've kind of crafted this world. We've spent a lot of time painstakingly creating it by hand, writing about it. There's a lot of cool stuff under the hood. Like, we can write memories for these NPCs. We can write metadata for objects in the world, so it like gives history to them. There's a lot of cool like AI understanding of all this world that we've written, that we've created, and we're basically putting on a play effectively of, well, a play is a little bit too scripted, but we're basically dropping all of these characters that we've created. We've written their personalities, we've written their backgrounds, everything. We drop them into this world at various points. We give them professions, we give them friendships with each other or non-friendships, and we say, all right, go simulate this life. So the player can walk up to them, they can open a conversation with, say, the blacksmith and say like, hey, what do you have for sale? he'll have a lot of items that you can buy from. You can do all this now. You can talk to him and say like, hey, you having any problems? And he'll be like, yeah, actually my forge, every time I hit it with a hammer, I hear pigs squealing, or some weird problem that probably want to tone down the weirdness of, but we're kind of leaning into it for this demo. But you can also say as the player, like, hey, I don't know anything about blacksmithing. Teach me about blacksmithing. And this like conversational AI in this NPC's brain can actually like educate the player on these very real world things. You could ask like, hey, what do you think about this other NPC? Do you have any opinions on them? They can kind of talk about the world effectively. You can say like, hey, do you like crumpets? And they'll have an opinion. Like it's very open-ended conversations. So that's really cool. That's like one half of kind of making these NPCs more of a simulation versus a sandbox. And the other half is what we're going to be tackling today. I see I got there's something on my screen. I don't know what just happened. Oh, maybe I don't have things set up in this scene, but let me just double check this real fast. Don't mind me. Oh, I got to follow. Thank you very much, Gigi. Thanks for being in here. We're just talking about what we're going to be doing on stream this week. And yeah, you can talk to NPCs about whatever you want, but basically we're going to give them an internal monologue now. We're going to let them ask themselves like, hey, what should I be doing right now? We're going to define a few actions that they can choose to take, like walking to somewhere in the world, interacting with an object in the world, talking to another NPC, initiating conversation with the player, like these sort of very specific actions. And then we're going to reuse some of that like NPC brain framework that we've built for conversations and personality and all that. And we'll get an internal monologue going and saying, hey, you don't have an action going on right now. Here is all the stimulus from the world. Here's your context. What should you be doing right now? And we haven't built it yet, but the theory is that they will say like, oh yeah, I have a memory of talking to the player yesterday about fishing at a lake outside of town. So I think the action I want to take right now is walking to that lake. And then they'll get to that lake, they'll see the lake in their sensory inputs, and they'll be done with their action. So they're going to be asked again, like, hey, what action do I want to take? And now they're going to interact with the lake for fishing. And so that'll give them items in their inventory because it uses the same interaction that happens when the player interacts with the lake, for example. And then after a while, they'll be like, all right, well, I have a full inventory, and so now I'm done fishing. What do I want to do now? Well, based on having a full inventory, I should probably go back to town. I should maybe try and sell stuff. So it builds like this schedule throughout the day that I think will be really, really cool. We'll see. I think it'll work. We'll get into it in a second, but I think it's really, really cool that you can basically influence this schedule now because it's based on the NPC's sensory input, their own memories, and their personality. And you, as a player, have some influence over both their sensory input. For example, you can like cut down trees next to them, and they'll see you cutting down trees, and it builds these memories. Or you can like, eventually you can plant flowers, you can do farming stuff, but you can like manipulate the world in various ways. So that changes the world around them, and therefore that can be involved in their decision-making process. But the really, really cool one is memories, which includes their conversation with the player. So if you go to an NPC one day and say, hey, I really, really like fishing, but there was a monster there. I saw it yesterday. You're really good at slaying monsters. Do you think you could go take a look at it tomorrow? And then the next day, they have that as a memory in that conversation that they had with you, and they can factor that in with other things like how much do they like you, how afraid are they of monsters, how strong do they feel, like what are their stats even. They can make an informed decision on, do I want to go check out that monster, or do I want to do something else with my day. So it's kind of cool to have this like fluid schedule for all of the NPCs. We're going to build it with just one NPC today, but we have a world of, I think it's 60 NPCs now across. Well, we have like 2.5 towns kind of. We've also got some kind of placeholder areas. But lots and lots of NPCs to go out and learn from, go meet, go make friendship with, go solve quests for. But they all obviously are like using the same scripts and frameworks and stuff. So if we build it for one NPC, theoretically it should work with all of them. So let me take some water. I think what we're going to do is we will jump into the game, and I'm just going to run around and like, just harvest some stuff, craft some stuff for a few minutes just to get everyone on the same page of like what we're building. I'll talk to an NPC, and then I'll probably get into a little bit of like high level architecture before we get into code. So stick around. You might enjoy it. We'll see. Need some coffee too. Oh, right. And I forgot that I screenshotted this for all of our social posts for this stream. I was giggling at that. Basically, we're given NPCs internal monologues, decision making, stuff like that. So why not stare into the soul of an NPC? While I jump in the game, I'm gonna also hit my light, so it's a little bit nicer for you. My hair is wild today, so that'll be fun. I was looking back at some old streams from like when we first started making this game, and my hair was really short. Andrew's hair was pretty short. He didn't really have the massive beard that he has now. It looks like we are two guys that kind of just went into a cave for 6 months and built a game and came out. But yeah, we built a game. This does not look color graded, actually. Let me make sure. Okay, yeah, these should be on. Let me turn this on real fast and we'll jump back in. But basically, yeah, we're gonna play a little bit. I think it's fun to craft items. We've got since last week we put in a bunch more workstations that are kind of placeholdery right now, and you still need to do the UI to interact with them all. But you'll see a lot more of those. We last week spent a while trying to craft a soul in the game, and we kind of ended up with the realization that we needed to have better workstations to prescribe better, more specific intent in what we were trying to craft versus the core alchemy system effectively allows you to take any two items and combine them. So we're generating new game data on the fly. If we take this telescope and a unicorn tier, there is no crafting recipe in the game for what you get when you combine those. However, if you take a telescope, which gives you divinity XP, gives you harvest range when you use it, a unicorn tier, which gives you some constitution, if you combine those, under the hood, we are generating that game data, we're generating crafting recipes, we're generating a new image for the new item, we're generating stats, a description, and you get a cosmic compass now. So you're going to get a new tool where you're also getting divinity XP, but this time you're going to get peripheral vision when you're using it. So that'll just like pull your FOV back a little bit. And that's also a side note. We also have a lot more stats that we want to build. We have a pretty small collection of them right now, but they each do something, and we need to actually implement that something. So we built a few to kind of proof of concept the system. So like adding max health, harvest speed, harvest yield, move speed, etc. But we're going to add a lot more stats that can generate on items. And the cool thing is, since we have this system built where we kind of use like an AI engine under the hood that assigns these stats to items, the more stats we build, the cooler, like more specific we can get with the actual outputs. GG. Is this the game you guys built in 6 months of caving? Absolutely. We've been working on it a little bit longer, like closer to a year now. or maybe just under a year. But yes, we started out with a few proof of concept games that kind of just tested systems. This game actually started out in a 2D form where you had this alchemy system and you ran a shop. And so people came in with these quests, which we've extended into the whole like NPC quest system. But people would come into your shop and you could craft items and then give it back to them and they would pay you for them if they solved the quest. So it was a very big test on like the generative conversation, and also can you use some AI under the hood for like resolving quests. Instead of having quests it's like, oh, go kill 20 boars, you have a quest that says like, hey, my hands are too cold, and then you give them some gloves and we ask an AI like, here's the quest, here's the item that they gave, here's the conversation they had about it, does this solve the quest, yes or no? So it's a lot of cool logic under the hood. Let's craft ourselves potentially a bread axe, and then we'll go out into the world. We'll harvest some stuff too. I want to show off some things. We're still, again, like we have a lot of placeholdery stuff in the game. Like with the stats, we have a few implemented and mostly placeholders. Likewise with NPCs, we have several implemented, but I still need to go through and like add some personality, like write more personality to a lot of them. But if you want to talk to Gideon Rockbound the Stonemason, she's a great example of someone who has no personality yet. So let's actually go to someone else. I wasn't sure if... Ooh, did we actually break something? Oh yeah, because she doesn't have a personality. Alright, I probably should restart the game, but I think we'll have to restart it. There's plenty bugs that we need to fix also before this demo is out, but we're working on it. I'll jump back in real fast. But yeah, GG, how's your day going? Thanks for tuning in. It's nice to have some people chatting. I usually just sit and it kind of feels like a one-sided interview sometimes where I'm just chatting and coding for 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours. And sometimes we get some people in here with some good feedback, good chat. It's always a lot more friendly when I'm not talking into the void. Let's go over to this blacksmith, and hopefully I didn't break anything. But yeah, you can also, this is also a great time to show off some of the workstations. We've also built these crafting systems that, as I said, like this is a very open-ended interpretation of what happens when you combine these two items. Like if you mix bread and apple, if you do it through alchemy, it's a very 50-50 split of like, you'll probably get some sort of food that is a bready apple or something. We'll see. But we also have some workstations where you can be a lot more specific in what you want. So we got fruit bread. That makes sense, I guess. But you could also say, I want to use bread as a material to craft this specific item. So I want bread. I want a plate mail made out of bread. And so that'll craft in a second. We don't have animations on the actual crafting process yet. We've just been getting it all working. That's good discipline you got there. Thank you. It helps that it's a really fun game to just like play. And sometimes I will just sit around and just play it instead of working on stuff. So we got a crouton plate mail. So it was a good example. Like it doesn't have any stats on it for whatever reason. Probably nothing was relevant here. But maybe we take our Eye of Madness and we make a helmet out of an eye. And we'll get something probably with like peripheral vision as a stat, I would imagine. But it's nice that this is a good example of like, it's hard to get a crouton plate mail. If you were to put bread and a plate mail here, you probably, maybe you're going to armor the bread, or maybe you're going to get bread stuffed plate mail. Like it's hard to determine what you're going to get with just this open-ended kind of magical approach. So we've been working on adding these other workstations that allow you to do very specific things. So here's another example of we can take our crouton plate mail to change it, and we can melt down maybe our fruit bread, and this item will be like melted down and its essence extracted and applied to this item instead of it being more of like a 50-50 thing. And I notice... Oh, right. I was working on this last night, so this is not quite working for stream. I broke something last night. But yeah, that's kind of what we're working on. Let's grab these back. Unless... Oh boy, it's going to be a buggy stream. We'll see. Can I... Oh, right, because we lock the slots during the furnace process, so you can't take the items back out. It errored during that blacksmith process, so they'll be locked in there for a while, but that's fine. We don't need those. But yeah, let's talk to this NPC. That's what we came over here for. So here's an example of... We have a little bit of extra data showing up in this debug mode right now. Bugs are friends, absolutely. So here... In the gray, you can kind of see a little bit of the description that we provide the AI for a personality for this NPC. So I wrote this just to kind of like guide the tone of how he talks, the sort of problems he has. His laughter is hearty. He's known for storytelling. He has tales that are intricate. He's a showman, etc., etc. And then the AI generates some quest for him here, which... We're about to, probably next week, we'll get more into rewriting the quest generation stuff to kind of make it a little bit less wall of texty. It's been that way for a while, but we've been putting it off. But he's saying, every time he sings, the metal he's working on starts to vibrate and warp, ruining hours of labor. He likes singing, so obviously that's a big problem. It's bad enough that his creations are at stake, but his singing is part of who he is as a blacksmith. Can we help him in some way? So... Importantly, there's no specific item that he's looking for here. It's a very intentionally open-ended thing. So what we could do is like give him a face mask. So like his metals can't hear him singing, or we could give him some enchanted metal that he can like use instead, or a potion that makes things quiet. There's a lot of different solutions that if we were to give him one, like we can let's give him something dumb, like let's give him some bread. He's gonna say this isn't gonna help, but if we have the power to go out and craft whatever we want, we could craft him a solution. Here he says it's a staple of kindness, but it doesn't solve, so his problem is still the same. We can keep track of all that in our codex. We can go to him and see like our previous conversation, which just realizing we never set up the summarization. So it says it's about frogs. That's the default text. But you can go back and read that dialogue that you had. Guess that's a little buggy too. We got lots of friends here. But yeah, the gist is that you would go out into the world. There's all these objects. So we've got love petal bush, cherry blossom tree, actually anything in the world, like even these bad example, I haven't added that. Like the ground, there's going to be like rocks and cliffs and stuff that you can just right click and like let's use our fist on, something fun, I guess. I mean, we can punch a maple tree and we're probably going to get like maple logs or something. I think my colliders are really, really messed up. What's going on here? Why are we running everywhere? Bush. Okay, let's just let's just punch a bush. Oh, hey Tony. Yeah, I think I posted that I was starting, but happy to have you in here. Just wanted to start early because I was so ready to work on stuff. Didn't want to just sit around for an hour. But yeah, this is another example of like, there's no recipe in the game for what happens when you use your bare hands on a bush, but we generate that recipe, we generate the item, We can also, let's take like a fishing rod to a bush, or like a pickaxe, an axe, a lantern, like all these tools you can use on a bush. Let's use tongs on a bush, see what we get. And this research step at the end gives you a big XP drop in whatever skill you're using, but that's for the like harvesting process to generate all that. So we're also getting assorted berries. If we use a fishing rod on a bush, something you probably don't see in games too often, we'll see what we get with that. Chat is going. It's exciting use of AI. Does the AI also decide success or failure of a quest? Yes. Right now, the AI just does success or failure. It doesn't do much of the like follow-on questing responses, like things that happen after the fact. But we are planning on having it guide a little bit more in what you get, or like how things proceed in follow-up quests, or like if you don't solve someone's quest, we can ask like, what are the repercussions of this quest not being solved? And then we can hopefully apply some of those changes to the world, so you see more of your actions having consequences or not. We want the quest to actually not be quests at all, more like opportunities or problems. Absolutely, absolutely. So they develop in unpredictable ways and have no defined ways to solve them. Yes. Or even requirement that you solve them. You could also try to make them worse. For example, yeah, that's exactly like if we were to talk up this person and she says like, hey, there's a bunch of disease going around town or something, like, can you come up with a cure? That's a very hard open-ended quest that has potentially a lot of solutions that you'd probably need to talk through more in dialogue of like what a cure would even entail, but also has some very obvious implications for if you solve it, then this kind of like memory or fact that the LLMs are all looking at, that there is disease in town, can be deleted. So it kind of solves that. But if it doesn't get solved, then that memory, that fact remains, and so more and more NPCs can start to reference it. We can start to start applying more of those changes. Like we could have maybe the NPCs walk slower, or like, I'm not too good at animation and rigging and stuff, but maybe we can get them humped over. We can get them factored into how they talk. There's a lot of stuff that we can do, but gotta get there. And we also have skills for numbers going up. You got skills. You don't really get a lot from them right now. We're planning on having them unlock new workstations as you level them up. So for example, leveling up smithing has the anvil available to you, and also you'll unlock access to a furnace. You might unlock access to like a tempering oil or something, but also a little bit of perks each time you level up. So in smithing, you'll learn new recipes. Like you can go to that anvil and say, I want to make an axe at level 1. They're all unlocked for this demo, but if you want to make plate mail armor, maybe you need to level up your blacksmithing a little bit so you're a little bit more familiar with the skill. I think that's kind of the gist of things. The world is looking great. I've spent a lot of time the last couple days just like color grading everything, working on color transitions. You see it like turn more green here as you leave town. So the world itself is supposed to be very like colorful and vibrant and like almost Studio Ghibli-esque. Just we need to obviously paint in more grass and like more textures and stuff, but the world's pretty darn large right now. And you'll find certain areas have different effects when you get to them. So a good example of that is this tree of creation here. I'll run over there and show it off. And while we're running, we might as well make a unicorn tier bread pastry. And I guess the last thing that I haven't mentioned is like all the different item types that we have. You can see kind of the world kind of destabilizing itself as you get closer to this world tree, which is super cool, I think. But yeah, there's a lot of lore to work through on this tree. But I really like the camera effects as you get closer to it, and they go away when you leave. But very, very powerful tree, so kind of showing that through the camera. But yeah, the item types we've got tools. Obviously, you can use on anything you want. You can craft your own tools. We've got consumables that tooltips are a little bit broken right now, but you can drink them yourself, and so they'll have affixes and stuff. So buffs are a little bit overlapping there, but you know, we drink it and made it smaller, or made the character smaller. You can also pour them on any object. So if we use it on that bush and that tree, for example, we made them smaller for whatever reason. But you can craft other consumables that do other things that are more useful to pour on things. We've also got like materials. We've got weapons, but we don't have combat in the game yet. They're more of a placeholder. And we've got equipment as well. So ironically, the only equipment we have on us is this visionary helmet, which is a very, very silly affix that is a test affix, but it changes the camera from perspective to orthographic. So since we're about to exit out of the game, I might as well show that off because it'll... Oh, it doesn't work with our new camera grading. Everything's too blurry, but it does look really cool. We need to adjust the depth of field, I think. But basically the point is items and equipment can have huge effects on like how you see the game. You can also pour them on objects to have huge effects on them. One cool example of that is like we have a giant rock blocking a cave entrance. If you go craft a shrink potion that makes things smaller, you can pour it on that rock and then you can slip past and get in the cave. Like, that's some cool stuff. Yeah, we got to upgrade that character model soon. I think there's a lot of work in that to do, but I've been holding off on it because a lot of other high priority systems to get in. But we're going to tackle one of those today. So we will do that. So I'm going to see if I can... I don't know if this will be helpful. But basically, what we want to do here, let's grab our player. We want to work with just a single NPC, so we're keeping the variables really small. We have one NPC that is a very a loner out in the world, so he's off on his own plot of land. Let's grab our player. Let's put him down here. Put him on the terrain so we can actually move. Let's make sure that this guy has a personality. He does not. Okay. So what we're going to do is let's grab him one real fast. I think we have like a naturalist maybe. What do we got? Where are our personalities? I wrote a ton a long time ago. NPCs, personas. Let's give him... Earthbender could be cool. And it's kind of cool that we can just kind of like write these personas and just drop them onto an NPC, and then you go in the game and they have like, they'll generate their own quests based on that persona. They'll talk to you. They'll talk about whatever they want. Let's give him... Let's make him an Earthbender. Why not? So we've got Tarn. We've got Gale. Gale is a woman. Let's make him Tarn. And that works because he's deeply connected to the land, and we've got a placeholder back here for teaching the player about farming, so perfect. So let's grab him. Let's put Tarn's personality on that body. And all we're going to do now, let's make sure that he doesn't have a brain. Let's give him one of those too. Let's say Earthbender Tarn, and we'll apply that. So we've reached the blank page problem of like, we're ready to start. There's so much stuff we could do. I think where I will start is describing the command pattern, kind of the architecture that we're going to be using. And it's a common one. It's usually used in games for implementing like being able to undo actions, or like previewing actions, or queuing actions. So you see it in like RTS games are a good example. If you right click the ground, you're going to move somewhere. But in a lot of games, you can also shift right click on the ground somewhere else, and it'll like queue up that action to be made whenever your current action is done. And you also see it in like if you play Marvel Snap, or any game where you like say what your action is going to be, you can kind of preview it. So like playing this card in this spot, or moving this chess piece to this spot, like the action is encapsulated into a thing to be done, instead of like when you click on that spot, it updates the game data directly. So what you end up with is kind of this action class, which the game uses and can preview, it can undo it, it can queue it, it can execute it. So we're going to do that for NPCs. So let me try and make this a little bit less abstract. But if we have some actions, oh my goodness, so some of our NPC actions might be like move to destination, interact with object. So the same way we can click on a tree, it calls interact on that tree for us. An NPC could also click on that tree, and it would call the same interact and give them the items instead, and so on. We can initiate conversation. You can play an animation. You can just stare blankly at something. Like, there's a lot of different actions that we can do. And what we're going to do is we'll write the code for how to do this action, and how to do this action, and how to do this action. And then what we'll end up doing is, inside the NPC brain, that will manage a list of queued actions that the body will execute. And in the brain, we'll have a loop saying, if there's no actions queued, we'll have some sort of like prompt that says like, hey, here's your sensory input, here's your memory database, here's what's going on right now. What action should you queue up? And so that's going to be kind of the loop. Let me see if there's I feel like I had a better explanation before the stream, but I think that's going to be fine. It just comes down to like how we actually structure the implementation. And I think the big question mark is, like, if you notice, each of these has some sort of inherent metadata associated with it. Verbally explaining a programming pattern is so difficult. It's like trying to say a math proof. Yeah, I feel that. Each of these has some metadata associated with it. So like move to destination has vector 3, XYZ, like where are you moving to? And interact with object has like what object are you initiating that interaction with. Initiate conversation is like with who. That is a smiley face. Play animation, which animation? Like that metadata makes the polymorphism a little bit harder to structure, but I think we'll be able to do it with interfaces where we can define, we're going to go into it. I'll talk it through as we go, but we can define a interface for I can say an NPC action, but that's so many words. I mean, so many, such an acronym driven INPCA. We're going to just call it humanoid action for now, because I'm also wondering if it's not going to extend to like animals or other things that we might want to give some primitive brains to. So let's define that real fast. I think it should be like 4 lines of code, because we're going to implement that in each of our specific actions that'll have the actual code and metadata on it. So here we can just say like, not a mono behavior. It's a interface I humanoid action. And really the only things we need on it are like execute. We probably want a cancel. And we could also have some callbacks for like what happens when you've started it, what happens when it's done. I don't know that you can have like state-based member variables in interfaces. And I don't know that we'll need them because the specific actions that implement these might handle that ourselves. So we'll hold off on like callbacks. But these are the core things, like we need a way to execute an action and we need a way to cancel an action. Soon we'll be releasing our Haskell-based engine so we can rewrite all of this functionality. Oh no. Oh wait, that was actually in a dream I had. If you want to rewrite it all in Haskell, I'll learn some Haskell, I guess. I'm not sure that we'll be able to use Unity that much, but I'm down. Challenge is always fun. All right, we're about to get into the deep end. We've got our iHumanoid action. Now we're also going to grab our NPC brain, which let me bring up the command pattern, like UML diagram. Is that crazy? Command pattern, wrong window. So in the command pattern, you have an invoker that invokes commands on a receiver, effectively. So our invoker is going to be the NPC brain. The commands are these actions that we're creating, and the receiver is effectively going to be the body, the thing that actually like moves or triggers stuff. So that wasn't worth bringing up at all. Let's see. Do you remember I built a Haskell website? I don't remember that. Didn't you build our first game server in Haskell? That was a wild one. That code looked crazy. Let's see here. So, yes. So if we treat our brain as our invoker, effectively, we also want them to kind of take on some of the client role, but I feel like the client role isn't really relevant in this. Like, it's more for like forcing other programming patterns to be more OOP, but Unity is by definition like strictly OOP to the max. So we kind of don't even have a client here, but we will have a public list of iHumanoid action queued actions. I don't know if we can just instantiate a list of interfaces like that. Surely we can. But now we can have these kind of queued actions. Well, Unity crashed as soon as we tried to instantiate a list of those interfaces. So we'll see. Let's bring that back up. But when we start, we'll go ahead and clear that out. So there's no queued actions. And then what we'll do is just have some sort of like, when we turn on the brain, or maybe even in an update, don't need to do that. We can just say like, if the brain is on, I think we have an is active. Yeah. If is active and queued actions count is equal to 0, then we will generate a new action. Yeah, we'll come back to that. Let's see if Unity comes back properly. Doesn't seem... Okay, we're just building. So we'll get into the prompt. We'll write that soon. But I think what we should probably do first is implement like at least one action just to test the kind of flow effectively. So we can do an action of like move to a specific location or move to a nearby random location even. And what we can do is just instantiate this NPC with that action queued, and we can load into the game and see if they walk somewhere instead of just T-posing. And if that is the case, then we know that the queue will trigger the actions and execute them correctly. And then we can layer on top of that a like LLM brain that says like, all right, here are all the actions you can take, pick one and add it to this queue. And then that can be our internal monologue loop of this NPC deciding what to do. A little concerning. Okay, Unity is coming back. Cool. Cool. So let's go ahead and I'll just throw everything in here for now because we're going to want to organize all this and I don't want to get into project organization on stream, this stream at least, but we can have a public class action move to coordinate. So we've got our execute, we've got our cancel. This action is going to need a destination. So that's going to be our like metadata that we'll effectively instantiate it with. So we'll have a public vector3 destination and we'll have a initializer. Yeah. So that just means we're also going to need a reference back to the body that's executing this. So the body will be able to like say body.move to destination or whatever our syntax ends up being. I don't know what we'll do with cancel yet, but we don't necessarily need to implement that yet. But the question is, how do we want to store this body as well? And I think if we start kind of mocking out how these actions are created within the brain, we'll probably get an answer to that pretty quickly. So let's just, I'll need to clean up like all these chunks of code that we're adding here to just like put them in the right sections. But let's go ahead and say, let's add ourselves a region for actions here, and we will say, come up with new action to do. And so here is where we will say like, grab all our sensory input. My mic is in front of my keyboard, so I'm struggling to type. All right, that should be good. Hopefully that wasn't loud to move the mic. We'll insert sensory input into LLM prompt and then generate an action from the LLM decision. And then we need to like fetch or prepare the metadata in order to create. We'll go from this like string action of move to X we need to build the actual move to coordinate with the actual coordinate. So we'll say build our action model and queue it up. So that's our plan of how an NPC will come up with what they want to do next. And so here, where we're building our action model, like creating that actual model, we'll have something like I humanoid action is equal to that exactly. And we have a reference to both our body and our brain here, because obviously the brain is itself and it's a child of the body. So we could very easily add those as just coordinates, because what's going to happen, I think, is if we have an NPC, and let's see how they're going to move. Because we use a navmesh agent on our player, which handles pathfinding, and I'm wondering if we'll need to add navmesh agents to each of our NPCs as well, so they'll be able to move. Surely that's fine. Let me just, quick shout out to our Discord, where we have a nice resource here, and we can ask Unity questions, saying, is it a performance nightmare to add navmesh agents to all the NPCs in my world? Or should I just keep one on the player? I think it's fine to add them all, because it's probably just going to be a performance hit when they're doing that pathfinding. So every time they get a intent to move somewhere, it'll be a slight hit to like build that pathfinding, but then they'll have the path and can move along the nav mesh just fine. Yeah, calculating the paths, handling avoidance as like the world changes around them. The movement I'm not too concerned about. Yeah, and we will only be doing this when the player's nearby. That's what we have a big collider on the brain that turns it on and off when the player is either close or far. So we're not going to have like NPCs on the other side of the world moving around. So it'll just be nearby ones. Stagger their updates over multiple frames. That's fine. Yeah, we're not going to be doing it all the time. And simplify physics. Sure, that seems fine. All right, so in that case, what we can do, let's say Earthbender Tarn. I could have sworn I already renamed this, but if we give this guy a navmesh agent, then we can customize his speed and all that jazz. But we can now use that in our action move to a coordinate as a parameter of public navmesh agent. We can bring that in. And then that'll set this, and when we execute, all we have to do at that point is movement agent. Oh, right. I have a mesh agent. Dot set destination. So that will execute the movement and like start it, even though we've created this action as a plan to move there. It doesn't actually start moving the player until it's executed. And so that functionality right there is what lets us like queue up multiple actions in a row and have them all execute one after the other, or just make sure that there's always actions in queue for whenever the current action is done, they can just start the next thing without needing to pause and think about it. But now we can say in our brain, we'll go ahead and keep a reference to that and say private navmesh agent body nav agent. And so here we'll just grab body nav agent is equal to body.get component nav mesh agents. We'll have this reference. We can pass it through here, which body nav agent. And cool, that creates an action that can be executed that will have this NPC walk to a particular position. So when that is done, we just add it to our queued actions. And so we still have a little bit of work in like the life cycle of knowing when an action has started, knowing when it's complete, so we can go on to the next action. But I think what we'll see is if we do, if we test it real fast and say like, if the brain is active, let's just, if is active, return. Don't do any of this madness when the brain is not on. So we can say if there's no actions, then we come up with a new action to do. If there are actions, we can pop one off and we can execute it. We need to actually remove it from the queue though. Maybe it should actually be a queue instead of a list. Do we have a queue? Okay, we do. I always hesitate to use queues instead of just lists where I can treat them like queues, because I always end up like wanting to insert something in the middle or like peek ahead at future actions or something. But let's just start it with a queue for now. Maybe we can be good guys this time. All right, so this theoretically should already work, right? When this NPC starts, let's go ahead. When this NPC is initialized, as soon as the brain is turned on, let's see. Let's kind of just trace through here. How do I queue onto a queue again? Dot in queue. So this NPC gets initialized, and then we should have some sort of like, yeah, initialize if the player is already within activation range. So this is what toggles on our is active true if the player is next to it. And then when is active is on, we will start hitting this update loop. We will start to see that queued actions count as 0, so we'll come up with an action to do, which will enqueue an action. So this will no longer fire. We'll now get this, and this will effectively just keep queuing more and more and more things and just keep executing them, because we're not like waiting for the previous action to be done. But what we should do is just a quick test here, where instead of doing that full loop from the queue, let's just say in the start, you know what, we can do this. Let's just say, let's not pop it off. We can kind of hack around it. Yeah. Let me think through this real quick. There's a few different ways we could do it, and they're all kind of like hacky, like we'll undo all of them because we're going to actually write this lifecycle stuff, but I just want to test it before we get to that. So I'm just thinking of like the easiest undoable hacky code to put in here. I think the easiest one is literally just private bool did an action is equal to false. And then here, when we do an action, we can say did an action equals true. And then here, if we've already queued up and executed one action, then don't queue up or execute any others. So we'll get one action of just move to 0, 0, 0, which maybe we should get a better coordinate because that's going to be pretty far away. But they will come up with one action and do it. So let's take this guy. He's currently a bunch of numbers. Let's just have him move over here. Copy position. Let's put him back. Let's take this position. Instead of vector 3.0, let's send him across the way. All right, and we will test this. Surely it'll just work, right? He has a navmesh agent on him. We have the reference to that. We can set a destination. I don't think there's anything else to movement. I mean, we obviously need to do like animations and stuff, like, but actually moving the models, let's just see. Maybe it'll work. Fingers crossed. I guess we probably should have added some debugging, but no, there he goes. Nice. All right, so now we have an action that NPCs can perform. We need a few more actions. Did his collider also move? Interesting. We need a few more actions, and then we need the loop of deciding what action to take. But this is promising. It just works. Okay, cool. So this block will end up being like a switch case of all the different actions, so we can grab all the information we need. But let's add another action real fast. So we have public class action interact with object. And rather than a target, we'll have a generic interactable world object. And this code might get pretty hairy pretty quickly because I don't actually know if like this method's interact method, yeah, it is pretty hard coded to like the player. But I mean, we do need to go in and change that at some point, so it might be the time to do it. We would just need like a reference back to what entity is doing this interaction and with what tool, rather than grabbing it off the player database. So we have 3 places that we do this, which interesting. The main one is here in this player controller. So where we are taking input from the player and calling interact on this object, we would basically just like throw this in there, or however we want to reference back to the player. But we can do a quick and dirty action here where it'll basically be like the player is interacting, I guess. Because, yeah, I'm realizing there's also going to be some like all the HUD and stuff that we show for the player's interactions, we don't want to show when the NPC interacts with stuff. We probably also don't want to do all that simulation. We just want to give them an item. So, I mean, maybe we do the simulation. They don't really have like a tool belt of an equipped item, but we can always just use their bare hands. We could give them equipment and let them choose a tool. We could let them query all the items in their inventory and choose an item. Lots of different ways we could have them harvest. But what's the most fun way is the question. So let's before we jump into this, let's just modify this guy real fast to where instead of going to this specific location, let's give him like a random walkabout action that he can do. So we have a move to a specific coordinate. Let's give him a public class action random walkabout, just for times when they don't necessarily know what they want to do. They don't have a destination. This looks fine. Nav mesh, make sure that there is a nav mesh point at the target destination so they can actually get there. Sure. We probably need to worry about obstacles a little bit, but this is a quick and dirty way to do it. So now in the brain, let's think about how we want to handle that life cycle of like when an action is done. Because we probably are going to need the two approaches we can take here are either to have a in progress action here, and when we start an action, we pop it off this queue, we put it in here, and then our loop can check like, is it done yet? Is it done yet? Is it done yet? And when it's done, we can put like a is done or something on each of these. When it's done, then we can go on to the next action. Or, I mean, I guess we can just leave it in the queue because we can peek, right? Does that modify it at all? No. So we could peek, start executing it, and then in our loop say like, all right, as soon as it's done, then we actually dequeue it. But in that case, we also need to track like, has it started yet or not? Which there's not really a big difference between these two approaches. The has it started yet is kind of inherently implied by sticking it in this. So I feel like it's a little bit more readable to have like, what is the action in progress right now? And then what are the actions queued behind that, rather than kind of conflating them into a single queue and peeking at the top of the queue for stuff that's in progress. But I think that's just personal preference. So we'll do this. So here we will go ahead and dequeue it, and then we will say in progress action is action, action.execute. Let's take out our did an action that is like our hacky implementation that we put in to test things. So now we can say if there are no queued actions, we can still come up with something to do because it won't affect our in progress action. But now we only want to enqueue a new action to execute when our in progress action is actually complete. So we can say if in progress action.is complete. And I think, let's see if we can actually, can we stick a member on an interface? I don't think we can. Yeah, I don't think so. So, I mean, I guess the logic will be different for each one anyway. So we'll just say like, let's give it another method we have to implement. And so here we can say public void is complete based on a remaining distance, or the same down here actually. Right. Bool. Is it a void up here? Yeah, okay. And then here, for interacting with an object, we could say like, it's complete when they've received one item, it's complete when their inventory is full, it's complete when they've been interacting for a minute. We can just, for now, say it's always done. Or, you know what? It's never done. That's life right there. Okay, so now we have an is complete on our actions that we can check to see if the current action that's being done is done or not. And so let's trace through this real fast, but I think this is gonna work. Because what's gonna happen is the brain will initialize. We'll have no enqueued actions. Let's go ahead and change this guy to action move. It's called random walk. Random walkabout. With our nav mesh agent. So now the brain initializes. It is active. So now we see there are no queued actions. We come up with a new action to do. It queues up a random walkabout in our queued actions. On the next frame, I think it's fine to wait a frame here. On the next frame, we don't have 0 queued actions. This should probably just be separate, to be honest. Okay, so we initialized the brain, we queued up our first action, and now even on the same frame, we check to see if the action is complete or not. If it is not complete, which it won't be on this very first frame, then we're going to execute it. But we want to make sure that we're not executing it repeatedly, which would happen if we put it in here. Oh, right. We have in progress action. So if in progress action is not equal to null, so we can say, I'm just going to reorganize this a little bit. Let me organize my thoughts here. So if in progress action is null, it means we're not doing anything right now. And that's the case when we want to grab that action and execute it. However, if it's not null and so we are doing something, but it's not complete yet, I don't think there's anything to do here. Oh, it is complete. Yeah. So if we are doing something and it is complete, then we're also going to grab the next action and do it. So we could have these in this or this, but the two cases when the NPC says all right, I'm going to do something, are either when it has nothing that it's currently doing or it has completed the previous one. So maybe we can kind of collapse that actually and just say, if it is complete, then let's clear out in progress action. And so on the next frame, we'll see that it's null and it'll grab something. I'm not too worried about frame by frame skipping. I think it's more important that we don't duplicate the code here and just make it a little bit more readable. Okay, and we should probably do that. Let's do it in this order. So we are queuing up actions that we can potentially take from. We are updating our state on whether we need to take something, and then when we do need to take something, we take it. So that's the order of making sure everything goes correctly. Cool. So let's go ahead and on our execute, let's say, oh, that looked good. executing action.get type name. Cool. Okay, yeah. Random walk and the NPC name. It's not really going to matter because it's just the one NPC, but we can at least see when they're triggering this random walk. So if we go in now, if all goes well, we should see this guy. Now, instead of just walking across and T-posing over there, he will pick a destination, walk there. When he gets there, he will pick a new destination, walk there. And for anybody who's done like some pathfinding in game development, importantly, we are avoiding the pitfall of like he's picking multiple destinations and like being tugged in different directions, or he picks a destination and then he picks a new destination while he's still on the way to this one. So okay, he's walking around, he's turning around, he's moving. All right, this is looking good. And he's following the terrain, importantly. That's why we gave him a nav mesh agent instead of just updating the coordinates directly. This will look a lot cooler when he has moving legs, but he can now walk around. I'm wondering, he doesn't have a collider on him. That's why we couldn't talk to him. So if I add a capsule collider, let's make sure it looks good. Oh, sir, you gotta come back. Let's drag it up there, unpause. Why have you stopped? I mean, that's fine also. So let's go find him and see if we can talk to him down there. So he's moving again. This is actually super cool. We probably should chain him to like an origin position and also, I guess, prevent movement while he's talking. But while he's talking, he turns to face the player, so that's creepy and weird and fun. But yeah, I guess we can talk to him now. He has random movement. This also means, theoretically, if we were to walk to another town, they should all have... Oh, right. They don't have nav mesh agents on them, so they won't have movement. And I'm realizing the reason he stopped moving is because he got a certain distance away from the player, and that turned his brain off, which is kind of cool. So this is the distance, effectively, of where we're turning NPC brains on and off right now. We should probably extend it a little bit more now that we have something visible. Previously, it was just like initializing memories, like loading them into the computer memory and like other stuff. But now that you can see them moving around or not, we should probably extend that range. But it's kind of cool. I like that. All right, so interacting with objects is probably a big beefy action to implement. Maybe the next one we should do is initiate a conversation with the player, because we'll use that for initiating conversations with other NPCs, but we also have some like guard NPCs in the game where they're blocking certain areas and you need to like convince them to let you through. So it would be pretty easy to give them some like, what's the term? The sensory input of like being close to the player is like a requirement for that action. And if the player tries to pass them, then it initiates a conversation and like pins the player in place or something. It's so cool to see them moving around. That the world has felt very like static for a while, so it's cool to see other things move around now. Can't wait to rig them all up with animations too. Oh, he kind of pushed me out of the way too. Interesting. But yeah, we need to also stop him movement when he's talking, but that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, so let's see if we can get an action that initiates conversation with the player. So that, we'll throw in another action here. We're basically just building ourselves a pool of actions that when we do this next layer of AI on top, we can say, here are all the actions you can take. And then, importantly, here's all your context and like the stuff you need to make your decision of what action to make. And then instead of us just hard coding in random walking around, this is where we'll put in our generation to say, like, what do you want to do? So let's go with action initiate conversation. I know command pattern in Neo's voice. Perfect. I'm glad we're all on the same page here. I feel like there's like 4 or 5 really big design patterns that I see in programming games, and I feel like command pattern is definitely my favorite. I used to do a lot of like card game development, and in that, obviously, you're going to use command pattern for like playing cards, previewing the results, and then like confirming all of your actions to end your turn. I haven't used it in this way before, of like providing a pool of actions that can be chosen from. It's kind of the same, but like also kind of different, which is really crazy. I'm digging it. It's working surprisingly well, I think, but we'll see how that stays when we get into the more complicated interactions. But initiate conversation. So that one's a little bit weird because generic interactable NPC is what has the logic for initializing a conversation. So when you call interact on an NPC, it treats it as if the player clicked on that NPC and like interacted with them. So we kind of have this branching here where it'll technically work if we want the NPC to initiate a conversation with the player, because we can just call interact on that NPC and it opens a conversation with the player in the same way as if the player clicked on them. But what we want real soon, hopefully for the demo, but maybe after, we also want to allow NPCs to talk to each other and like share some of their memories, share conversation, maybe like trade items, buy or sell items, like all these things that make the world a lot more like living, breathing. We can definitely do. It's just we need to like re-architect this stuff to not be specific to interacting with the player everywhere. It needs like a source or like a target of some sort. But luckily we can get away with just calling interact on the generic interactable NPC here real fast so we can test it. But we'll be fleshing all these out a little bit further. And also, if anybody has ideas for like other actions that they might want to see players take, like even something as silly as just like jumping in place, or something like I'm kind of just coming up with these actions on the spot. If you have an idea for an action that an NPC might want to take and we can just enable that brain, have it as an option, please throw it in the chat and we will implement that as well. But let's see if we can do this. So execute on this. Luckily, let's just say like this is janky because conversations are hard-coded with a player right now. So can hackily just call interact on this NPC as if the player clicked on it. So we'll come back and like both this and interaction with objects are going to need all the player specific stuff ripped out effectively. So that'll be a bigger thing. But I want to try and get some of these like proof of concept actions in so we can get the whole system in place, and then like kind of a top-down approach. And then when it all works together, we can go out and fill out more actions. We can fill out depth to the actions, that sort of thing. So just trying to get the system working first. So here This will open the NPC conversation panel, and then we can know it's complete when that NPC window is closed. That's one way we could do it. But we do need to track, like, has it been opened yet? So it doesn't just immediately get marked as complete when they get issued this action and the window's already closed. So let's just say has opened conversation. And so here we'll say has opened conversation is true, and then is complete. We can say has opened conversation and UI references instance. Perfect. The NPC window, which is our conversation window with an NPC, is open. And again, this is also kind of hard coded to the player, because if one NPC talks to another NPC, you're not necessarily gonna open the conversation window. They might just have that conversation without you hearing it. Maybe we'll have some sort of other window where you can kind of listen in, but for now this is fine. So I'm realizing if we do this, so let's do this real fast. If we say humanoid action is equal to new action initiate conversation, and let's go ahead and give it some better parameter names real fast. So we don't even need the navmesh agent, although maybe we will in order to like walk. We could skip that for now and just immediately open the window, but I think it'd be cooler if we can get him to walk to the player and then open that conversation window when he's close. So we will keep the navmesh agent. Let's go with, so we're instantiating it with execute. We can say, so here's where we're gonna have our first like multi-frame loop. And so the question is, at an architectural sense, do we want to, like, what we're gonna do is walk to the player, and then when we're near the player, start the conversation. So walking to the player obviously can take multiple frames. So we need to resume execution here some way in order to say like, hey, are we at the player yet? No, okay, keep going. Are we at the player yet? No, okay, keep going. So there's kind of like 3 different ways we can go here. One, we could do a coroutine where this action spawns off a coroutine with all this data. It keeps all these references. It keeps trying to walk closer and closer to the player. When it is next to the player, it executes the thing, and eventually the coroutine ends when like the action is complete. Alternatively, we could have the control happen a layer up in the brain, where we can say like, if in progress action is not equal to null and it's not complete, then we'll call like in progress action dot frame tick or something. So it would get called every frame for some sort of update, some sort of execution. I think that might be a little overkill, because things like moving to a specific coordinate, we don't necessarily need to call this every frame. We only need to call it when the destination changes, which maybe with the player it'll change because the player is moving around, but it might be overkill to like tick on every action every frame. So I'm thinking a coroutine might be best here. I feel like there was a third way that I was thinking of. Hold on. Yeah, it's probably fine. Or we can manage take from brain. I think a coroutine in here is just fine. So we'll have a public void or public enumerator. Oh, right. The third one I was going to say is we can queue other actions. So what we can do is we can kind of decompose this initiate conversation. It has two components here, effectively. Like, you need to walk to whoever you're talking to, and you also need to start that conversation. So we have this queue in the brain already of what is being queued, what is being executed here. What this initiate conversation action could do is say, hey, are we close enough to the player to start a conversation? If yes, start that conversation and we're done. If no, we need to add this action back to the front of the queue and instead complete move to specific coordinate with the player's coordinates first. And so theoretically, like, if the player stands still there, you'd complete this action first to move to them, and then you would get kicked back to initiate conversation. You would be close enough, and it would start the conversation. The action would be complete. That would be fine. If the player is moving, you would go to the player's old destination, and then you'd get kicked back to this, and it would say, like, are you close enough? The answer is no. So it would kind of do that loop again. The only, like, big difference between the two is how quickly we want to react to, like, the player's movement effectively. Like, if we want an NPC to block a pathway, and their way of doing so is to walk to them and then block their movement, the player could theoretically just, like, run past them and run away from them. It might be kind of cool to have, like, that blocked movement based on the physics of, are you fast enough to run past this guy or not? Because then we could give them, like, really high speeds, but the player can effectively, like, craft whatever they want, so their speed could be high enough to get past them. It depends on how, like, hard we want those walls to be effectively. So I'm kind of liking this, like, decomposition idea of re-queuing this action and putting other actions in front of it to complete first. But then we get back to the problem of this is technically a queue, so we shouldn't ever be adding stuff back to the front of the queue. And that's why I always use a list that I just pretend is a queue. So let me see. What do we got here? Queued actions dot peak. Yeah, we don't really have anything for, like, prepend effectively. Well, actually, enqueue is going to add it to the end of the queue, so it'll be the last done. Dequeue, I'm pretty sure, just pops off the front and returns that, so we can't, like, add to the front. We could technically, like, build a new queue, but that's kind of dumb when we could just be using a list and treating it as a queue. So I think that's fine. I think what we can do is think about this, because the question mark here is, like, should this action have a reference back to this NPC's brain and, like, manipulate the queued actions in the brain? Or should it be more atomic and just exist on its own to be used by the brain? We're definitely coupling things a lot more if we write something in here like the NPC brain dot queued actions dot prepend some other action and then requeue this action. I mean, we can easily get a reference to the brain, but should one? Because I think if you... Right now, NPCs are the only things that complete actions. But we probably want like creatures and animals and monsters to complete actions eventually too. And I guess they would also have like an NPC brain effectively. If we gave them like an animal brain or something, we would need to re-architect stuff and give them a common parent, and like we could do that. If we had like, if farming completed actions, like grow was an action on a plant, I guess it would also have some sort of like action coordinator. So it's probably fine to manipulate that queue. It just feels really dangerous to do so. Like, especially when you start getting lots of things in the queue, like if we queued up 2 initiate conversations in a row, and one of them is effectively going to prepend other stuff before the other one. Yeah, I'm just working on the ordering of actions. Gets really finicky when you start messing with that. And so I think that might end up with some really, really bad, hard to diagnose bugs. Because like tracing through a decision tree or like an animation network. So I'm trying to decide if we should do this or if we should just do a coroutine and effectively duplicate logic between actions. Are there actions that we want to like decompose into other actions? Is that valuable? Probably. It's probably fine. Let's YOLO, let's do it. Alright, so that means with initiate conversation, what we're going to need is a reference to our currently queued actions, which we're going to need to turn back into a list because we want to do some hacky stuff on this quote-unquote queue. And so here we want pop instead, or whatever the equivalent is. Queued actions remove at 0. Sure, that's not very great way to do it, but that's fine, that's fine. We pop off the front, we say it's in progress, and we execute it. And so here, let's push or append. So we can now say, here's our body, and here's our mind, effectively. So we've got NPC brain. So let's store a reference to that. And so now, when we execute initiate conversation, let's also kind of mock out our target, because we have the target being the caller right here, which is not right, but it's because the conversation is like flipped. So we're going to say well, let me look at this. Yeah, so we would have like this being the player. So So let's say game object source, which is us in this flipped situation, is player database.instance.controller.gameObject. So we're implementing this kind of backwards, where it's like the NPC is walking over and forcing the player to start a conversation. We'll just flip these when we've stripped out all the player specific stuff from how we do conversations. But now we can say float distance to player, and we can say if the distance is less than or equal to like 1f, then we can start our conversation. So that's going to be target.interact. So that's going to open the conversation, all this stuff. And if it is not, then what we're going to do is basically go to wherever the player is. As a action. And then that will complete when we get there, and then we'll be kicked back to this action. But yeah, I guess we're very dangerously fiddling with like the state of this action. But YOLO. We will say NPC brain dot prepend. Actually, brain dot queued actions dot prepend. Move to specific coordinate with our body. Move to the player's position, which is again backwards. We are, us is the player here. And yeah, we'll need to like move this action back from in progress into like position 1 on this, which we can do. It gets really messy. It would be a lot less messy if we didn't have this in progress action. Hey, Human, welcome in. I was too excited to start. I had to start. There's so much to do. We're building some cool stuff. Welcome in. I hope you're feeling better. I know you're still recovering from being a little sick, but glad to have you here. We are deep in the systems, finally tacking some NPC stuff. So let me fix some of these errors real fast. We're gonna kind of do a quick surgery, hack all this around, and then I'll show off what we're building. Glad you're feeling a little bit better though. That's good. So instead of having a separate in progress action here, so if we treat the first item in this list as our in progress action, then in here, instead of prepending to the list, well, I guess we would just prepend to the list, but we could also insert at specific positions. But prepending here will actually take our current action and shove it off one action further. So it'll wait for this to be complete, and then it'll go back to trying to initiate this conversation. So I think that's what we want. So let's just do a quick replacement here of like queued actions at 0. So we'll need to obviously check this to make sure we have at least one, but these should work. But I want to trace through that real fast. Let's go ahead and just say like return. We'll pass that off to the next frame. So if we do have a queued action, we probably need to store at this point. Yeah, if we go down this route, we need to know if we've started the action or not, I think. because otherwise we're going to just keep calling execute on it. Which, I mean, it is super easy to just add like is started equal true on all of our executes, but it's kind of dumb to have to do that. So do we want to go down this path? Hard decisions. About 10 minutes ago, I was like, you know, Human would know exactly what to do if only he were here. I feel like we don't want to, like, we want this separate in progress action, because that's a cleaner way of tracking, like, has an action been started? I guess a really simple alternative to like requeuing or like changing our position of the current action is we could just requeue the action that we tried to complete but couldn't be completed. So here, in our action to initiate a conversation, we want to see if we're close enough to initiate. If we are, then we initiate it and we're done. If we aren't, then we want to we can just queue up this again. Can we do that? I guess that'd be in the wrong order because we want to move to that coordinate and then queue up another initiation of conversation action. But we would need to mark this one as complete, which is a little bit weird because we didn't actually complete it. We just kind of decomposed it into smaller actions to try again. I'm currently writing a CV for the scholarship I'm going to apply for. So my concentration might often be somewhere else. That's awesome. If you don't mind me asking, what scholarship? That's super cool. I hope it goes well. Good luck. I think maybe we can get away with this. We can say like private bool decomposed to try again. And in this case, we can say decomposed to try again is true. And then if is complete, we can just say like if decomposed to try again, return true. So that completes this task. It lets the NPC go on to whatever task is next, which happens to be these two smaller tasks effectively. And then when it gets to this one, it's able to complete it. It'll walk to the player's position, and then it'll try to initiate a conversation again. If the player has moved in the meantime, it'll just do this again. So they can get into an infinite loop of like following the player across the world effectively. So we could like leash them and say like, if the target is a further distance away than we want, don't actually do this and just like error out. We probably need to think a little bit more about like these different completion states of like, was it completed successfully? Was it decomposed? Was it unsuccessful? But I think this is probably fine. So in the best case here, if this all works, the NPC will come up with a new action to do, which will be initiate a conversation with us. It'll notice that we are too far away, so it'll walk to us, and then it'll try this action again. When this action again fires, it'll interact and open the conversation. Set this flag so we can properly check to see if the conversation is done. And then over here, if the in progress action is not null, so we're doing something and it's complete, then we clear it. So we don't actually clear it until 1, we have opened the conversation, and 2, we have closed the window. This should be false. All right, that was the last of it. We'll try it in a sec. Basically, Germany wants to push game developers because German gamers spend less than 5% on German games. All the money goes elsewhere. Dang. So they started this scholarship program where they search for up to 130 individuals who then get paid 2750 euros per month for a duration of 18 months. If I manage to get this, I could stop my day job entirely and 100% focus on game dev for now without taking any risks. That would be awesome. This is the very short form. There's a ton of stuff I need to respect, listening to some lectures, actually create a business, and different stuff. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's really cool that Germany wants more game developers. And it's cool that they have kind of this like almost like an accelerator program minus all the other stuff. But actually, do they give you other perks and stuff, or is it just the euros per month? Hope you get it. That'd be really, really cool. I mean, it'd definitely open up a lot more time to work on what you're working on, so that's awesome. All right, we're gonna try this. I hope this works, because if it doesn't work, I misunderstood how something works, and that'll be a pain to track down. But let's move our NPC a little bit further, like over here. And let's also move our player a little bit further over here. Let's make sure the nav mesh is all baked because I was painting around. And we'll play. Hopefully we will see the NPC walk to the player slowly and then open a conversation. That would be really cool to see. I think I get into some founder network and a mentor. Oh, sweet. Yeah. I have some kind of information about next week. I can tell you more after that. Awesome. Yeah, I'm sure you'll mention it in your stream. I'll be listening. That's awesome. That would be really, really cool. I think the mentors also, and like the network and stuff, can be pretty helpful to some people. All right, NPC, are you going to walk to me? No. Index was out of range. Also, it tried to do a random walk, apparently. All right, where's our... Okay. I can work with that. So what's happening is we have queued actions of count 0. We are coming up with an action to do, theoretically. Let's go see our first error, actually. Oh, straight into index was out of range. Okay. So this needs to be, and we have queued actions to pick from. Then we grab that action. Did we make that a list? Oh, we did make that a list. Let's turn that back into a queue. That could also be some of the funkiness, since we are being good boys and treating it like a queue now. DQ. Oh, try DQ as a method? That's nice. Okay, so now we're DQing off. We get the action that we want to execute. We move it to our in progress action buffer. We do a little login saying we're going to try it, and then we'll execute it. So that... we didn't really need this, I think, but it's nice to have as a check. Let's try this again. Fingers crossed. errors. Okay, that's fine. So we are not generating the action for him to take. Queued actions count 0. Come up with new action to do. Wait, append in queue. Is there an append on... on queues? I think we want in queue. I wonder if that's just not adding it to the queue correctly. All right, once more we try this. Oh, I want to spend time like debugging why it takes so freaking long to compile and like reloading domain, whatever it is. I've tried some workarounds, but I have too many like static methods and singletons and stuff that I can't just turn off domain reloading. But I would love to know why that takes so freaking long. All right, let's try this again. Surely now we will have the NPC come up with the action of initiate conversation and get added to the queue of actions to take, which will include walking over to the player and then talking to the player. Surely. Come over here, bro. Executing action, initiate conversation. Okay, it's just doing it over and over again. Interesting. I wonder when we decompose it, are we doing that in the right order? So we're prepending this. We are not. The second one being prepended will happen first. So we need that movement to happen first. So basically that queued actions list was probably just tons and tons and tons of action initiate conversations that kept adding more movements afterwards, but never got to them. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. I think once we get this action done, then we can start on that layer on top that gives the NPC the ability to choose which action they want. And I think that'll be the cool thing. How am I able to work so extremely focused while streaming? I feel like the trick is to just never stop talking. I feel like I definitely work a lot more focused off stream, and sometimes I just start talking without knowing what I'm going to say. And you know, if you're talking, I guess you look focused. Thank you. Okay, so initiate conversation is repeatedly being executed again. So let's go ahead and let's add some logging here. Decomposing conversation action into movement plus conversation. And then let's also say debug.log queued actions.count actions in queue for this NPC. I wonder if it's trying to move. No, it's not moving to itself because we're moving to this specific coordinate, which us is confusing, but us is actually the player here. Distance between the player and the target, which is the NPC. Let's throw in something here, just make sure this isn't being hit. We're close enough to just open the conversation. Cool. And is complete is when has open conversation, which starts false, has been turned true because we opened the window, and also the window is now closed. That's when the conversation is complete. Let's try that. And then bathroom break. All right. Hopefully this debugging will at least give us a little bit of insight into what's going on. Oh, I have my profiler on. That's probably why things are so freaking slow. All right, let's turn that off. I wonder if it turns on when I play. It's kind of nice to see that it's still... It was pretty bad the other day. All right, all right. Executing action. Cool. 0 actions in queue. Let's pause this real fast. So we are decomposing, then executing action, initiate conversation, and then there's 0 in queue. I wonder if they're not actually being added to the queue. Wait a second. I don't think they are. It's a it's a proper queue again. And I'm pretty sure append and prepend don't work on a queue. Unity does prepend work on queue? I don't think we can actually do this. Yeah, I mean, I guess we could use a linked list, which might actually be nice. I don't know if I've ever properly used a linked list for anything outside of like database work. Yeah, convert it to an array, build the new queue, convert it back. We can do a linked list. That's a fun change of pace. We don't want to stack because we have the same problem. We want to be able to add to both ends, which I think is a linked list. But priority queue, I vaguely remember that from college. Let's try a linked list. So we have linked list. So in our linked list, how do we pop? Can we pop? Remove first. Doesn't return the first item. That's unfortunate. Okay, well, we'll just queued actions at not. Can we do that? Can't apply indexing. Okay. Dot get dot value dot. How do I get values out of a linked list? Nth element. Element at, that's what I was looking for. Element at 0. Then we remove that first element and we move it over to there. Let's do it in that order in case it's destructive somehow. Cool. So now to the end of the queue. So here we can say add last, and then in our action we can say add first and add first. I think that is good. We'll check. We've got the debugging in, I guess. All right, NPC. Come over here. Come to daddy. Talk to me. Okay, he's not coming, but we do have errors, which is nice. Because we can work with errors. Oh, they're just Unity errors. Okay. So we're not in a loop anymore, which means some branch that we're taking isn't... Wait a sec. Are we close enough? Wait, it's not even playing. Okay. Well, that explains why nothing is moving. I'm not even playing the game. All right, Tarn. Come over here. Hey, yo. He's coming. He's coming. And? I mean, that kind of works. He pushed me out of the way to get to the spot he was coming to, but he walked over to me and started a conversation. Perfect. Interesting. Oh, right. We added a collider during playtime earlier, so it didn't save. Okay. So when we close this, it'll mark this as a completed action. Like, he's not going to try and do anything else until the conversation is complete. But when we complete the action, he'll try and walk to us again and do it again. Because we don't have any sort of like randomness in what action he's doing right now because we're testing them all. But if I walk far enough away, it'll close that window and he'll walk to the point at which the window was closed. He'll try and talk to me. I'll be too far away and he'll decompose it again to get to me. So I can keep coming over here and he'll keep following me. And eventually he'll be close enough to talk to me. It works. All right, perfect. There's a little bit of funkiness, I guess, in our move to specific coordinate. We probably want to have some sort of like, are you there yet distance instead of 0.1f. Let's maybe increase that as a baseline, but we probably want to be able to customize that based on what we're doing. But now he shouldn't push us out of the way at least. What's our distance for talking? Let's say 1.5f here. Like, we can tweak all these numbers and customize them and stuff. But things now work. So that's awesome. So our next step is going to be when we come back to here. So we have this big, like, the brains here effectively of how the NPC decides what to do. We have some action models implemented, so a couple different things the NPC can do. We still need to do the AI aspect of basically saying, like, what do you want to do? And then we serialize that and turn it into a proper action to do. But this here is what we'll do next. That'll be fun, I think. And yeah, I'm going to take a quick little bathroom break, grab myself a little snack. It's nice to see stuff is working so quickly. And then we'll be right back. All of you, I would recommend grab some water, stretch your arms, stretch your legs. I will be right back. All right, we got Dimitri here for part 2. He's going to help us with what we need. This should be the fun part, I think. We have a few actions implemented now. We obviously have more actions to implement that we want players, or we want NPCs to be able to do. Again, if anybody has any suggestions for like actions that they think NPCs might want to do, throw them in the chat. We can implement those as well, or I can add them to a to-do list. We can do them later. But like, obviously, interacting with objects in the world, talking to entities in the world, moving around, like those are the basic ones, but they could just jump. Did I obtain a beverage? I refilled my water. So yeah, I also have about half of my coffee mug left. We're working through it. That's the real secret of how to stay focused on stream for so long, is just chug all the coffee. Yeah, I think we are ready to do fun stuff. The question now, do I think you use that too much? Absolutely not. I have another emoji that might be a better one to use if I can find it in my list. Wow. Here we go. This is a good one. But yeah, our NPC basically can do things now. So he'll walk to us. He can start a conversation. He can walk around randomly. We'll have one of him just like picking an object nearby and looking at it pensively. And yeah, there's other stuff like jumping in place, playing animations, like crafting inventory items, like buying and selling stuff maybe. Who knows? Lots of stuff they can do. But we now have the system in place for, we can add all of those actions. We don't need to do any extra code for like plugging in new ones. We can just add new ones and they should all just work. So now we need to take it up a notch, go the next level. We need to build a layer on top of that, which is this NPC's internal monologue that says, hey, you're not doing anything right now. Take a look at your surroundings, take in your environment, in your memories, all this stuff, and decide, what do you want to do now? So that's going to be cool. I hope. Should work. Should be cool. We'll see. So we're going to jump into that real fast. I think what we need to do is probably start with a prompt. It's going to be these 3 things effectively. Sensory input we might need to potentially stub out, but I feel like we can do something really quick. Like we could do a unit sphere around the NPC, grab a list of all the objects that collide within that sphere, and we can just use that as context of like, here are the objects near you. And then we insert that into the prompt of like, what do you want to do? And then it'll be able to say like, oh, the player's near me, so I'll initiate conversation. Or, oh, there's a tree near me, so I'll interact with that object. Or nothing's near me, so I will walk to a random spot, or something like that. So let's start with a very rough prompt, maybe, for how we can kind of get that. Let's see if I can find my window. Here we go. So, systems, entities, NPCs, prompts, create, Chroma Golem, text prompt. Decide on an action to do. Okay. So, it's ASMR time while I get real quiet and think through how we want this prompt to be structured, but I will type for the typing sounds. getting closer. I added an extra walk closer to specific object action, which just has a bigger stopping distance. I realized while writing that we need to update our nav mesh agent to like have a stopping distance equal to that as well, or else they're just going to keep trying to get to that exact point. But I feel like that is a better thing for the LLM to work with. Like if we're going to be passing in, for example, a list of objects nearby, we probably don't want to also be passing in like coordinates. I don't really trust LLMs to do that like spatial math of like, oh, these coordinates are here, 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 and here, so I want to walk to this spot here and give those coordinates. It'd be nicer if they could just pick an object to name from the list and say like, I want to move closer to oak tree, or oak tree 115, or however we want to ID them. But we need to... Oh, nice. It would be nice if that were a stopping distance just for this this action. But maybe we can just set our stopping distance on everything. So we can move them back and forth. But that'll get a little bit weird. I think that's definitely a code smell there. Random walkabout too. We probably need stopping distance of at least one. So we have some actions that the NPC can take. We need to provide to them a list of nearby objects, their personality, and their memories. And I think we're going to skip over their memories today. We'll insert their personality. So personality and list of nearby objects. List of nearby objects. We'll insert these from the code, but we'll mock them out for now. So we'll have like player. Let's say like oak tree, player, campfire, house, wooden stool, stump, cursed lemon tree. I think that's what this one is. Haunted lemon tree. Perfect, perfect. So we'll just mock that out for now. Personality, let's grab off of his persona. Thought I had to sneeze. Alright, so we include the personality. We have a list of nearby objects, and we're going to say, for your output, you should how do we want to structure this so we can like deserialize it into the proper action? We could try and get it to provide the exact signature of these actions. I don't think that we should, because like some of these are self-referential. Like it doesn't need to know about the movement agent because that's just the body of this NPC, but it does need to know the destination. So we could like compose its response and add in stuff. That might be the best way to do it, but I feel like maybe we can just do, you should respond with a single JSON object for the action chosen. For example, we can say name action random walkabout. I don't know if this will be the most efficient way to do it. But let's just give some examples here with parameters. And then let's give the specific coordinate as, how do we want to serialize like the vector 3 effectively? I feel like we probably shouldn't expose move to specific coordinate to the NPC as just like a raw thing that can happen as an action. Because, I mean, that's also not really how you think about existing in real life. Like if you're at the park and you see some cool stuff, you see a baseball field, you're going to walk towards that baseball field. You're not going to say like, that point right there on the baseball field, I will walk to there. So maybe we take this guy out and then we can kind of normalize. All of these are just name and target. We can even standardize it even more and get that structure even stronger by just having none as an optional target value for like random walkabout. And we'll just ignore it when we deserialize. So I want to see if we get an example response of this. So with this personality, Tarn, and this list of nearby objects, and this list of actions you can take, if we generate an example response, so what is he going to do in this moment? He is going to interact with the haunted lemon tree. Okay. And so that interact, don't think we actually tested that one, but that will also kind of decompose into first moving to that object and then calling interact on it. Right now it just moves you to that object. So that's fine. We probably should also include like a list of recent actions that they took. So we could even do that, like recent actions taken, reverse chronological. So let's go ahead. Ooh, also we need to make sure we say do not include JSON tags. Just write the JSON. So we'll take this as a recent thing that it did. Let's also say this. We'll include this chronological. So what they did was they moved closer to the haunted lemon tree and then they interacted with it. So what do they do next? Initiate conversation with the player. Okay. So let's say they did that. Include that as a history. And what do they do now? Move closer to the oak tree. So they kind of have that like window of state of things that they recently did. So they're not going to just repeatedly move closer to this haunted lemon tree and then repeatedly interact with it. I think that's fine. So this is the prompt that we need to fill with data. And we will do that now. But it looks like it's working. And as we add more things that the NPC can do, like we can say action craft item in inventory, or action jump in place, action stare pensively at object. So now if we were to take off the initiate conversation with a player, if they recently walked closer to the haunted lemon tree and then interacted with the, well, let's even just say, let's pull back. They moved closer to it. What do they do next? They interact with it. Okay. I'm curious if they're going to stare pensively at it. So they're going to initiate that conversation with the player. And then they will stare pensively at their haunted lemon tree. So one other thing that we could add is a distance of each of these. It might use that as like a weight of what to do. So we can say like distance 3 Distance 54 or 50, yeah, 54, whatever. Distance 6, can't type. Distance 3, let's go 13 there. Wooden stool, distance 4. Stump, distance 13. Haunted lemon tree, distance 2. So now we can take all this out. We moved closer to the lemon tree. It's now distance 2. This was a recent action we took. I'm sure it's going to have us interact. Oh, well, now we'll stare pensively at the tree this time. Great, great, great. Now after that, we interact with it. Cool, that makes sense. After that, initiate conversation with the player. All right. I was curious whether the really large distance on the player might dissuade that a little bit. Let's even increase the distance more, but that's an unreasonable distance there, so it's not going to matter. But yeah, I guess if they are far enough, the NPC, excuse me, the NPC starts like crafting in their inventory or a random walkabout, or I guess conversation. Okay, I think we can work with this. I mean, the distance of like interaction, the sphere of objects that we'll grab is not going to be anywhere near this distance. So the distance isn't really going to matter too much. But maybe we include the distance. Like, is it worth doing all this calculation and spending the tokens effectively? It did kind of, it seemed like it was taken into account. Like it didn't immediately start conversing with the player. So yeah, we can do that. So I guess now all we got to do is build it. But in order to stall a little bit more, let's implement stare pensively at object. So all we're going to do with that is we have a target, we have a nav mesh agent. I don't think we necessarily need that. We just have like a, can we do it with a transform for our body? And executing, we'll just say like body dot look at. Yeah, that'll be fine. And so these things that are like self-referential that we don't necessarily need output from this, we can build them in the brain and just do all that manually. Right. All right, so now we have another action that the NPC can take, and we can say like float time to stare is equal to 5f. Actually, we don't have any sort of like on-frame ticking. So doing something for a certain amount of time makes me feel like we would need like a coroutine here before we set is complete as true. So I wonder if we can just say like set is complete true after time to stare seconds. The only downside of this is like, oh, we don't want to do that. With a coroutine. Having that coroutine update this main thread might get a little bit funky. That's not it. Let's just say private IEnumerator wait for seconds, float seconds. For completion. And then that, I forget, wait for seconds, right. Is complete true, and we can just start coroutine. Oh, right. This isn't in a mono behavior, so we don't actually have access to Unity's coroutines. So we may revisit this just for how we want to implement this sort of like per frame updates. We've been skipping over them with a lot of these because we have these actions like nav mesh agents where we can just set a destination and then it works on its own. But we'll just have it look at them for now. That's fine. All right, so on our NPC database, if we have one, maybe that's where we'll store this prompt. We will grab this prompt from within the NPC brain. We will turn all this data into tokens. We'll calculate the actual data, swap the token out with this data, and then we will run it. And then we should get something output like this that we can deserialize into an action. And at that point, we can take that and instead of just hard coding in an action here, we can do a little switch on what action is and build all the proper stuff. But I think that's all we need to do. Let's see. If we go up to databases, we have an NPC database. Cool. Let's throw public prompt internal decision making prompt. Put that on there. This is a singleton, so we can access it from here. Let's skip over this real fast. We'll come back to it in a sec. But we can do this here. We can say prompt filled out prompt is equal to npc database.instance.prompt internal decision making.fill prompt with replacements. How do we use this again? New dictionary. And so we are filling in, let's set this real fast so we don't forget. It's written in German, but thanks for the offer. Also go to a beverage obtaination adventure. Excellent, excellent. Yeah, makes sense. Probably wouldn't be much help in that case. Absolutely. Be fun to see though. You can translate it into English for us. Alright, so now the database has this prompt stored. We can go over to this bad boy. And let's grab the prompt. Let's create our tokens. So here we can say personality. So we'll have personality, and we will use persona.personality. Cool. We also want nearby objects, which we will build manually. That's what we're going to do our sensory input with. And we'll just kind of stub out something really simple, but it'd be nice to expand that a little bit. But here we can say, how do we want to do this? Let's build it first, I think. We can say brain has a, how big is this box collider? Okay, that's pretty large actually. That's for turning the brain on and off when the player is in that area. So it's probably too large for grabbing all the objects, but maybe not. It'd just be a lot of tokens. I'm back and it actually was an adventure. Needed to help my girlfriend with Slay the Spire. Heck yeah, did you win? And did she win, I guess? The progress here is progressing. We have a bunch of actions the NPC can do now. So like walking around, talking to the player, interacting with things, looking at things. We are now building our prompt that lets the NPC decide which of those actions it wants to do. So we tested that with this like haunted lemon tree. We're basically having some sensory input based on what objects are nearby. We give it some distance, and that's all the context it's getting right now. we give it some recent actions it did. So the first time we ran it, it said it wanted to move closer to the haunted lemon tree. We passed that in as history, and then the next time it said it wanted to stare pensively at it. The next time it wanted to interact with it. So we're getting kind of the rolling window of context there, and now we are plugging in the actual logic, so we're not doing it by hand, but I think it'll work, which will be really cool. We almost might need like some sort of inspection bubble on the NPCs so the player can even see the coolness of like, oh, this guy just decided he wants to go look at this tree. We'll see. Oh, you won. Nice. I haven't played Slay the Spire in probably a couple years, but it's so fun, so addicting. It's one of those games that has really, really good systems, and I always want to just mod it up to add more content, like more relics, more characters, more cards. And so that's my bread and butter game that I always come back to. Glad to hear she won. You both won. But I think what we can do is, let's say, create a collider sphere of unit radius 20f and get all generic interactable world objects within it. Will it write this for me? Get colliders within sphere, yeah, right. We'll come back to that. I can relate. I spent way too much time in this game. Have all the achievements. Oh, dang. Let me even... I don't think I have that many. Slay the Spire. Yeah, not too many. Only 14. I'm really bad at it. I just like playing it over and over again. I rarely beat it. Super fun though. Let's do this. How can I get the names of all objects within a unit sphere times 20 at a certain location where all those objects have a collider and a, what's our really parent generic interactable entity class? We'll get some nice help real quick. Physics.overlap sphere of a radius. Okay. And then for each collider, we check to see if it has that component. If it does, we add it. Okay, cool. And we can also use that loop to determine the distance too. So let's grab that. So NPC brain here. Center is going to be transform.position. Radius we can say is, well, we'll probably move this into like the sensory service eventually. I think it's just stubbed out right now. Yeah. So we'll move all this in there. So we'll clean up our magic variables then. But until then, let's get it working. So 20 units, object names, we grab everything with that name. And we can also just say like float distance is equal to us to them, and we can even just distance, just like we had it in our test in the prompt. So I think that will give us this text that we're about to replace here. Let me wait for this to compile. So this list of nearby objects, we have the object names and a distance. So we can now replace that with a token of nearby objects list. And so here we'll just nearby objects list, and we replace that with we want new lines. but that'll give us our full list on one on each line. And what's the last thing we need? Oh, right, our recent history. So we'll come back to that because that'll depend on how we deserialize here. But it should be good. So now we want to create a quick class here for us to deserialize into. Say public class AI decided action. So it needs to match this format, our output format. So we have a string name and a string target. So when, actually, yeah, we're gonna need to split this up now because we'll have public void got or on new action decided string action text or action data. So we need to serialize or deserialize this into a blah, which doesn't need commented out. Thank you though. So that's where we will have some switch that converts this AI decided action into our humanoid action, because each one has a little bit of extra metadata that we need to include here, but we should have all the relevant data from the AI in this. So for now, let's say generate an action from the LLM decision. We can say start coroutine filled out prompt dot generation coroutine on new action decided. Right. So that will start a background process that runs this prompt, waits for the result. When it gets the result, which is text output, it will call this method with that text output. Nice little system we've built for using prompts. We'll have a Chroma Golem Unity asset at some point that includes all this, but it's so nice to have internally as we go from project to project. All right, so that means these move down into on new action decided, blah, blah, blah. Because come up with new action to do is just going to kick off that coroutine, which means in the grand scheme of things, like frame to frame, this is going to, if it takes like 60 frames to get a response, it will kick off this 60 times. So we probably want some sort of flag of like is thinking. So we'll do that real fast. Is deciding on action is false. So here, when we do this, we can say is deciding on action is true, and we can say and not currently deciding on an action. And then when we get a response, we can say stop thinking. And then that'll clear that up. So next time it's an empty array of queued actions, it'll do the same thing. So now we have a list of AI decided actions. So let's get our public. Is there a better structure? Like, we want to have a list of AI decided action for action history. But is there a better data structure for like a window effectively? Like, I don't want to, every time we add to it, also check to see if the size is greater than the window size and remove the element. We'll do it, but I wonder if there's a better way to code this. But that also means we have this action history, which we can include in our prompt as well as the final piece. So we can say action history gets replaced with action history dot. How do we want to map this back to text? Dot. What's the link method? Select. Can I do that? Aggregate. I don't think that's quite right. Let's just say .to JSON or JSON dot. Yeah, to JSON. That'll work. That's fine. That's fine for now. So now we can take this example hard-coded stuff and we can replace it with action history as a token. Then as we add these actions to the action history, they'll get re-added to the prompt. We still need to like manage the size of that because that'll balloon really big and we don't want that because it'll cost a bunch of tokens and take forever to generate a response. But we can say like action history dot last 5 or something like that. Whatever the truncation approach is. All right, so now we have everything inserted in the prompt. We generate a response from the prompt. We serialize it into this thing. We say, build the actual action model. That's our step 4, actually. So switch decided action dot, what's it called? Name. Gotta make these public, I guess. Right. All right, so case random walkabout. That needs our nav mesh agent. This is when we want to go double screen. So we have random walkabout. Move to specific coordinate. That will need. Right, we didn't allow that in the prompt because we don't want to like take the target and try and serialize vector 3 out of it. So let's remove that real fast. We'll leave that out for now, but we might have other ways to trigger this where it would run at fire. So also move closer to object. And so this is going to need a way of mapping from the object name back to the actual game object. So up here where we are getting these actual objects, we probably need to be storing like some sort of lookup table of name back to the actual object. The problem is duplicate objects. If there's 5 oak trees around, I guess it doesn't really matter which one the player or the NPC is like going to look at, but I worry that we'll get into a loop where the NPC sees that, oh, there's 20 oak trees around. I know that I just looked at oak trees for my last 4 actions, so there's should be 16 more. So I'll just look at the next oak tree, and then it's going to target the one that they've just keep looking at over and over again. I wonder if that's how. I wonder if that will be an issue. That's the first time I've ever seen first redeemed this late into the stream, Hillman. When my wife streams, I feel like I know she's about to start streaming, and I will go and claim that first immediately. And it's like 20 seconds in, and I get beat out like half of the time. So it's always fun to see how long it goes until the first. But yes, mapping back to like differentiating between two objects with the same name. It doesn't really matter, like, as long as we're going to one of them. So I wonder if we should, like, we can do a lookup table. If we do all of these in a deterministic order, it might always give us the same tree, but I wonder if we should just like shuffle this list. And so if there are 20 oak trees and the NPC is like, I want to look at an oak tree, they'll go to a different one every time versus potentially going to the same one over and over, when in their head they're like, oh yeah, I looked at this one and then I looked at this other one. So we might end up just shuffling this, but I think that's fine to just do a lookup table. So let's do that real fast. A private dictionary of string to game object of nearby object lookup table. And this is one of those things that will move into the sensory service when we go work on that some more. But we can very easily here just say this with that name is equal to this game object. So now we can say the opposite. Nearby object lookup table with the decided action dot name. Right? That's going to give us a game object. This needs, that needs a destination. So we'll do dot transform dot position. There obviously, if there's any hallucinations and we don't have the thing that we are actually looking at, then this will obviously error. So we could probably, we can obviously do the error checking, but I'm wondering if we want to, like, we probably don't want to store that action in the history, because then we are effectively self-polluting our prompt with invalid data that will probably keep propagating. But what do we want to do instead? Because if we don't add anything to our prompt and we run the exact same output again, there's a good chance we'll get the same invalid output again because nothing in the prompt changed. So we could just like kick over to a random walkabout, kind of change that state a little bit, make sure it changes a little bit different each time. Or we could do nothing and just bank on the randomness of the LLM. We could also add like a invalid action in the history. I don't think that would be a good idea though, because it might come up with that as a valid option. So we'll just do nothing, I think. Or, I mean, we can just queue up a random walkabout. We'll do that. So we'll have game object looked, let's say target object is equal to nearby object lookup dot get, try get value, I guess. What does this need? Returns a bool. Sure, we don't need to do all that. This is dot target because we just get the name. So I wonder what this is going to give if I can't get a value. Surely it'll just set it null, or like maybe throw an error, but surely just set it null. Let's see. We'll just confirm that real fast. If not found. Returns the default value for that type. Interesting. That's not at all what we want. But it does return a bool. Okay, so we can work with that. It returns a bool of whether or not it found it. So we can say if it found it, then queue up an action of move closer to it. Oh, right, we need to set it in something, we'll say. Wait, oh, right, we have that already. Target.transform.position. Okay, so if we output, hey, I want to go closer to the well, and the well was included in our objects that were nearby, it will go to the well now. But if it's not included, and there is no well nearby, and it's just being dumb, maybe we will just do a random walkabout. Tried to move closer to an object that doesn't exist. And yeah, we can include that name. That'll be good for debugging. Make sure it doesn't do that, because we can't really tell if it was a move closer to object or a random walkabout from the player perspective. So that'll be good for us. Cool. So there is move closer to object. That should work, because we, from the LLM, output the object name, and we go grab that object reference from the name. Next up, we have interact with object. And we probably could actually, in our iHumanoid action, we could probably have a public void queue action with linked list iHumanoid action current queue. As long as this is a reference, then we can I think this will work. So if we add this method and take this logic, current queue, oh right, we don't have the context references back to the agent. Well, let's do this. It'd be nice if this works, because it'll clean up the code a lot. We'll say NPC brain. And actually, let's clear this up even further. We can just say NPC brain, actually. So here, this can say brain.queued actions dot add last new this. This is my computer science education coming back and saying, hey, you don't remember any of this because you didn't pay attention in class. All right, we have a public static void queue action onto brain. So we would say new this. I think we'll just hard code it. New action random walkabout at brain.body, whatever it is. Body nav agent. Let's make that public. We are in control of this code. Body nav agent. And so this logic does what this switch case was doing. This code here. Let's make this public again real fast because I was undoing. But instead of this huge switch case where we add in every single action and the logic for every single action, I think if we do this, we can actually... I'm wrong. I was going to say we can deserialize this into the proper class, which is the part that doesn't work. And then instead of this huge switch, we could just say like action random walkabout dot q action onto this brain. But we need some mapping of the string to the class. And I don't really want to do like reflection where we instantiate a random class from the string. So we kind of would end up with this as the case, with everything just mapping this way, which probably is nicer. Maybe? I don't know if it's nicer to have the code basically pulled out to the action, but the action is just a bunch of operations on the brain. I feel like it's better to keep in here. So we will. We'll not do this. It's an interesting idea, though. This music hypes me up. I actually forgot I was playing music. Alright, this makes it feel like the final boss battle. And in a way, it kind of is. But, yeah, I think this is... we're okay with this big switch case. It's just all the logic for the brain. I forgot I had music playing because I put it on before the stream even started. I put on the Octopath Traveler soundtrack, which is a bop. I wasn't wearing headphones. I just showered before the stream, which is why my hair is wild. So I try not to wear headphones right after I shower. My hair is still drying because it gets even more wild. So I just didn't have it on at the beginning of the stream. So totally forgot there was music. Whoops. Thanks for reminding me. It's a good soundtrack. I don't know if you've played Octopath Traveler or not, 1 or 2. Both of them are very, very, very good games for anybody that likes like the old timey 90s RPGs or JRPGs even. It really feels like a love letter to those old RPGs rather than it is something new on its own, but it just is the vibe. Like I grind in those games just to feel like I'm playing the old RPGs that I loved in my childhood. So would recommend, very good game. Have it on my wish list since its release. I wonder if it's been on sale at all. I think I've seen it on Xbox Game Pass on and off. So it might be there too, if you already have that. Or it might be cheaper too, but it depends on how many hours you put in. Alright, let's get back to... We standardized all these. We have move closer to object rigged up. Let's do interact with object. And also get the correct names. So here, interact with object will be the same sort of lookup. So we'll get an object name. Ooh, is this gonna... These are the same scope within different case blocks? That's crazy. Alright, that's fine. That seems super sketch. Like, I'm gonna forget that that's the case and there's gonna be some nasty bugs. But we can just reuse one here. I'm not starting a new game before I've finished all the scholarship shenanigans. Yeah, I mean, it'll be a good treat afterwards. It's good to focus on the good stuff, but it'll be waiting for you. Alright, if we want to interact with an object, we look up that object name in the lookup table. We get the actual object, and we queue a action interact with object, which takes the nav agent and the target. So just target there. but it actually we need to make sure that it has a generic interactable world object. It should have it because that's how we're filtering all the colliders to determine what nearby objects to even show, but we'll make sure that it does. And say, I think we actually want entity here. Does it have... Yeah, it has interact, because NPCs are also valid targets here. Like, if one NPC interacts with another, it starts a conversation between them. So we don't necessarily just want to do interactable objects. And I guess this would also account for, like, they could see dropped items on the ground and they could walk over and pick them up because they'll be interactable entities that are included in the nearby entities they can interact with, and that interact function picks up the item. So that's kind of crazy. So here we've got our entity is that. We'll say if entity is not null, so we have an actual entity to interact with. We'll just queue up an interaction with that entity from this body. All right, and then if we tried to interact with an object that we're not nearby, so like it says interact with the rainbow or something, then we will just do a random walkabout again. Okay, what else have we got? Stare pensively at object. Perfect, perfect. I guess here is where we could start a coroutine for X amount of seconds to like mark that as complete. I wonder if there's a good way to update that, but we'll try it. So we've got case action stare pensively at object. So here again, we probably want to do that lookup again. Dang. So maybe it's, I mean, it might be worth yoinking out here just for like less duplicated code. We would just have a bool for whether we got a valid target and also what that target was. But I feel like it's probably more performant if we add more and more actions to keep all the logic fairly specific in the actual action that needs that computation. By the way, do you have a logo for your game? You know, we have not come up with one outside of just kind of our placeholders. And I think we both want to move away from our placeholder ones. We have, we have kind of a, like, what's it called? The cell. Yeah, I mean, I made some quick placeholders because we needed them to set up the Steam page, but I think we'll not, it's not my favorite. So we don't have a logo yet. If you have any ideas, that would be really cool. I've thought about it a lot, and I think we need to like somehow get across like the alchemy aspect, the infinite aspect, the like, we need to decide what the important things are we need to communicate, I guess, is. But after, like before today, the coolest part of the game was the alchemy system, like the infinite crafting. And I feel like we're very, very close to NPCs being like just as cool, especially with like also their quest generation and stuff, which we need to do a little more work on. So like those are the two big things that I would want to communicate in the logo of like, you can craft anything and do anything with anybody. Like, I don't have the skills to do that either. Maybe I need to head to Fiverr for that as well. But yeah, will be really cool. And also we are considering, don't tell anyone, but changing the name a little bit. I really like this game, or this name. Andrew really likes this name, but it admittedly, like when we first built it, this demo here, Elixir Emporium, was a 2D shopkeeping game where strangers appeared and you had to craft items and give those items to them. I don't know if it'll actually work. Okay, it does. So it's the same sort of alchemy system. Dirt and crystal generates the recipe, generates the items, blah, blah, blah. The same sort of NPC system where they come up with their own quests and like you can craft what you need to help them and then you give it to them and then it does the same like AI logic of does this solve their question or not, or the quest or not. They reward you like recipe books. Like it's a very similar game, but it is a shop, obviously. Like these people are coming to you, or it could be seen as a shop. And so Elixir Emporium worked really well on that. But it in this new game that's much bigger scope and like you're an adventurer, like you're a traveling alchemist now and you can help towns however you want. You can not help towns. Like Elixir Emporium doesn't quite have the same stuff communicated, so I'm wondering if we need to tweak it a little bit. We just can't come up with a better name, so hit us up on Discord if you have name ideas. I think our favorite right now is like Elixir Expeditions, but I don't know if that rolls off the tongue as much. I'd love to hear what you guys think about Elixir Emporium versus Elixir Expeditions, especially given the difference in like what you're doing in each game. He loved the art style in this. This is actually a free asset that we grabbed. I'll share it on Discord after the stream if you remind me. I need to go hunt it down. But it is a really, really pretty set. I basically, I mean, it's very, very basic. Like we have the icons and stuff, and I just used a lot of images, but it worked really well. We also have like hearts and stuff that will help when you actually can solve quests. You can create those friendships and stuff. And the other fun thing with this demo was it also had travel in it, so it would generate random neighboring locations with their own descriptions and stuff. And it would also generate all the NPCs there, all their quests and everything, so you could go to new places. Like if I sell something real fast to get the 5 gold to travel, we can go to the Lava Springs Hot Springs, and it's going to generate a bunch of NPCs there that have like, I'm too hot as a quest, probably. But was very, very cool. The roll off the tongue factor is not so high, I'm afraid. Yeah, Elixir Expeditions. Very hard to say. Does it have to have Elixir in its name? It does not. And in fact, we've kind of moved more towards like alchemy than potion making. So could be something else. I just really like how unique the word elixir is. And also like Elixir Emporium, Elixir Expeditions. I like the alliteration in that as well. Like 1 or 2 words probably. But I want it to feel like unique. It's kind of the same problem as like a logo. Elixirium, you know? I'll run it by Tony. It is not bad. There he goes. You know, I usually check to see like, are there any other games the name the same or similar? Like we also considered like, I think Potion Prodigy was one we threw out and then looked it up on Steam and it was literally another potion making game called Potion Prodigy. Or Alchemist Adventures is another one, literally that name on Steam. So just toying around with names. We're open to changing it for sure. We just want to make sure that it's communicating what we want it to communicate. So I like Elixirium. We'll simmer on that one. And any other ideas you have, please hit us on Discord or here, and we'll consider them as well. All right, for staring pensively at an object, we are going to do the exact same thing. It needs a target, which again, we're going to more generalize to an entity. And we'll just look at that entity for some amount of time. So here, right, we gotta do the same thing we did here actually. Tried to stare pensively at an object that doesn't exist. You know, I hate when that happens. I tell you guys when I come up with something else. Sure. Excellent, excellent. Yeah, I mean, it's probably like one of those names that somebody's just going to say it and everyone in the room is going to be like, oh yeah, that's it. And just didn't think of it. So it's always good to brainstorm a little bit. Alrighty. Initiate conversation. Should be slightly different, but we are kind of just pasting the same code over and over again now. Action, initiate conversation. So here we want to get, for now specifically, it needs to be a generic interactable NPC. But we will rewrite that because we want to have a way for NPCs to initiate a conversation with the player itself. So we want to keep it general without having the AI have the chance to like try and initiate a conversation with a plant. Although that would be really, really cool, but we need to have like instantiated the persona and stuff on it. So what we're going to do is grab specifically a generic interactable NPC. We'll grab that, and then if we get one of those, we know that calling interact on it will trigger that NPC conversation window. And so here we can just say action, initiate conversation. That needs movement agent, brain, and the NPC to talk with. So we've got our movement agent, this as the brain, and the entity to talk to, which in this case would actually be the player. So we kind of need to flip this, but it's fine for now. We actually already flip it because of this reason, so that's totally fine. All right, so that was the last action. Cool. So we now have the ability to have the NPC prompt itself, look around itself, get a list of everything nearby, insert its own personality, track and insert a list of recent actions, which we aren't actually adding to quite yet. So let's action history.add this action. So every time we get a new action, we track that. So we build this giant prompt of here's everything nearby, here's who you are, here's your options of actions to take. While I say that, we probably want to mention in this to not create any other actions. And we also want to get rid of some of these placeholder ones we added in to test with. So we can add back in like jump in place, craft item in inventory, etc. We just haven't implemented them yet. So let's keep them out. We have these 5 for each NPC to choose from. We want to say, do not create any other actions. Strictly stick to this list. Cool, just as a little bit of help. So we kick off that LLM. We wait for it to get a response. When we get a response, it'll be looking like this of the action and target to do things with. When we get that, we serialize it into one of these, track it as a historical action. And maybe, let's say default here, let's add in a little debug.log warning, no action found, and we'll also, you know what, we'll last walk for that too, but I also want to remove it from the history. Pop dot remove at last, whatever. You know what, we'll just say remove from history. I don't know that we want to keep it here, so we'll just come back to it. But now, based on the action name, we have a lookup table of all nearby objects from name to object. So based on this action name, we go create those actual command actions that are stored in the NPC's queued actions. And we have that loop we already built for the NPC continuously checking itself saying, am I doing an action right now? Okay, I'm not, so I'll grab the next queued action and do it. So I think all this quote unquote should work. Let's add just some really high level debug so we can see the, you know what, we'll just attach to Unity and watch it ourselves. So we'll set our breakpoint there. When we play, the NPC will have no actions. Let's make sure that, yeah, let's actually move this into the function. NPC will have no actions, so it'll come up with an action to do. It'll kick off this background thread. When we get a response, we'll be able to see it again. So we'll have 2 breakpoints per action generation. We'll be able to see what the NPC is thinking, which is kind of cool. All right, let's see this. Let's also close this. All right, fingers crossed, my friends. But it should work, hopefully. I think that's everything that we needed for this to work. I mean, if it works, all that's left is really just adding more actions for them to choose from and a little bit more functionality, like specific to each action. Like when they stare pensively at an object, we need to probably set a coroutine in here to go mark the action done or something like that. But let's try it. All right, so we should get kicked out to Visual Studio immediately because, yeah, well, because we moused over something apparently, but also because the NPC is going to start coming up with a action. So let's also see how this user prompt looked. All right, so small bug there. We actually need to grab the display name instead of the name for these objects. But, I mean, that could be a good way to differentiate them as long as our, like, project structure is clean enough. Huh. Maybe we will do that. I'll just clean up the names because that's a nice way to differentiate them. Okay, and no recent actions taken. So, if we hit play, we'll get kicked out when we get a response, which we did. Action data was null. Interesting. I'm wondering if name is going to be an issue, like it's a reserved word or something. Let's do this. Because I know like this and a couple others are going to be reserved type probably. That's blasphemy right there. Okay. So let's quit this. We'll exit the game. Let's check the response that we got. So this is what we got, which we tried to deserialize into one of these, name and target. It has name and target. I do wonder if name is just the issue, because it says it doesn't have a name. I wonder if this specific error will have other people seeing this error. There's a comma at the end of your JSON file. There better not be a comma over here. No, we're fine. Is this valid JSON? Surely it is. Invalid JSON. Oh, right, because, right. That's fine. Let me double check how we format our keys elsewhere. I wonder if our keys need to be string name. I bet they do. Can't have bare words like that, I guess. I wonder if you do a bare word, if it tries to insert the variable value with that name, like it would if you intended it to do that way with that functionality. Because if so, there's probably some really interesting like injection attacks you could do with anybody using the serializer that you can manipulate these keys, and maybe you can like name something this with the invalid format so it kind of pollutes the data. It'd be interesting to find out. Should probably test against that. But yeah, let's make sure all these names are strings and also targets. And let's try this again, because it might have just been invalid format for the JSON, which I guess is literally the error we got. All right, we will be oh, we didn't attach. Okay. We'll see if we can catch it. Octopath Traveler has so many epic boss battles, by the way, Human. And there's such good soundtracks that play during them. It's a very epic feeling game sometimes. Wow. I wonder if this hung. Nope, we're good. Alright, so NPC is attempting to generate something. I'm curious where... Oh, we were down. Okay, he had already decided. What you doing, bud? You coming over to talk to me? Okay, so he completed was that... Okay, he completed talking to me, which... Small bug, it shouldn't be complete when that window is not open. I think it's probably a frame bug, though. But now we are generating a new one, which filled out prompt should have our previous one in the history, is what I want to check. Does not. Oh, right, because we never even, like, actually wrote the formatting. Okay, it's probably fine. We'll see, we'll see. But now we go and create a new action. What is it? Decided action? Oh, it's null. Okay. Move closer to object campfire. All right. And then that is consumed. So we go and create another one. Okay, okay. Let's detach here and watch it happen. Because, right, this isn't actually complete yet, but our queue was empty, so he was going ahead and, like, pre-generating his next action. So if I close this, the next thing he should do is go move closer to that campfire. Or I guess he'll just keep talking to me. Alright, that's a little silly. Right. Okay, I feel like I need to at least turn around for this. Huh, okay. I think I just never felt ready to pay 30 euros for that. I rarely spend so much. Yeah, I feel that too, for sure. Like, the new Diablo expansion just came out. I think it's also as expensive as the base game. I want to play it, but yeah, I'm not spending that much for it. So I'm gonna wait for it to go on sale. It's rough these days. It is nice that this seems like he doesn't. It is marking it complete when we close it. He's just going on to the next thing. I feel like. Okay, the standard edition is 40 USD, probably. Or maybe that is the base game. Yeah, I'm not sure. This guy needs to leave me alone, though. Go check out the campfire or something. Okay. What you gonna do next? Setting destination without interaction. Where's that coming from? Set destination. Right, that makes sense. It's 70 on Steam? Jeez. Yeah, that's insane. Like, I probably will play it a ton. But, like, I'm also playing Path of Exile instead because it's literally free. Alright, he has... Well, actually, he is getting new actions every once in a while. He's just not doing much. Huh. But, I mean, it works, kind of. It's kind of hard to see what he's doing, and I feel like our history might not be correct. But he has decided to burn himself at the stake, I guess. So, more power to these NPCs. Let's see. We need to... Let's get this history compiled in correctly. Grim Dawn is also pretty good when you like these kinds of games. I have seen screenshots of Grim Dawn. I know nothing about it. I've heard it's good-ish, at least. I would definitely check it out. It's just hard because I know I'll get addicted, so you gotta protect that time where you can. Let's go ahead and move our breakpoint down here. Let's reattach. What we wanted to do was this. We want to make sure that our action history is fine. Format action history as a list of serialized AI decided action objects. in a single line. All right, that'll work. So we'll move that in, but so we can at least inspect and see that. We'll try this. Because we want to see that history growing, because I'm worried we just got to a state where he was picking the same thing over and over again because he didn't know that he had just inspected the campfire or something. So, time to test it again. The fun part. Right, that was for the colliders. All right, we are broken out. The action history string is indeed blank, which I guess is fine for now. He's off to go do something. So now action history string should have one thing that he has done. Okay, we're getting there. Move closer to object. Gravestone, old cross. Okay. So what's he going to do next is... maybe stare pensively at house. What are you doing, my guy? Right, he's in this loop of... I wonder if one of the actions is just doing nothing. Like, look at and then nothing, and he's just doing that over and over. But it's never being marked complete. So let's go look at all our actions and see which one we forgot to actually implement is complete. Is complete has endpoint, endpoint, endpoint. Is complete false. Right. So interacting with an object never completes. So let's stub it out right now by just saying if you're close to the object, it's complete. So we walk to it. When we get there, it's complete. We still need to actually do the harvest, because if we call harvest on it right now, it's going to add those items to the player's inventory. So we need to re-architect that a little bit. But the actual system for this should be fine. And then here is complete also false. Right, we want... it's a good time to figure out how we want to do this, because there are some things we want to just do for X amount of time, such as interact with object, stare pensively at object. Maybe we can say... let's build a little coroutine there that'll wait X amount of seconds and then mark is complete on the action. Hey Laura, welcome in. We are coding on our crafting RPG. We are giving all the NPCs in the world the ability to make their own decisions on what they want to do in the game. And we are almost to a point where it kind of works, so it's exciting. Welcome on in. What are you up to today? Let's go with a public IEnumerator, wait for seconds, and then mark complete. Mark action complete. And I guess we could just do the in progress action. That would get a little bit easy to get out of sync. So I feel like we should probably also pass in the action here. So we want a iHumanoid action, I think. Action dot is complete is true. or however we want to keep this flag. Oh, you're an artist. Nice, nice. That's cool. I do a little bit of painting myself. I used to do a lot more sketching. I got an iPad for my birthday last year or the year before, and I've been doing a lot more digital work there. So super fun. Cool to have you here. So, how do we want to store this? Because we can't have a member on our interface that we can be updating. But we need to do something. So we can say like flag for is complete set manually. See if it auto completes. Can we do that actually? Oh, we can have, okay. So all of these now have to implement that. I don't know if I like that. You create D&D characters, original content for my clients. That's awesome. I haven't played a lot of D&D, but I know that people love their characters. That's awesome. It's always, I do like character work, but I'm not very good at it. Oh yeah, we also have a Discord if you want to share some of your art. I'm sure we'd love to see it. Human would. We've got a self promo channel in there. I think. No, we don't have a. You can just post it wherever, you know. That's cool though. I would love to see it too. I'm always curious about the different styles that people, like different artists, do. Very cool to see new styles. All right. I'm not sure if we want this to have to be implemented on every action when we already have this. So we could just we could have some sort of flag, but we'd need like an override flag. We'd need to have it on every action because we couldn't put it here. I wonder. Let's say a public void complete manually. And we can implement that because we won't be calling it on most things. So here we can just like, it can be an empty block. Laura, I think Twitch blocks URLs, so it just became stars in the chat. But if you want to share, you're more than welcome to join the Discord and share there. Thank you, though. Yeah, it's only star. So complete manually can be empty because, I mean, we can come back to all these and see if they need some sort of manual completion. But for the one, like, we could even do some custom logic for like move to specific coordinate. When you complete it manually, we could have you like teleport there or just stop wherever you are or whatever. Depends on what we want. But let's just get these in for each of these. Move closer to object. Again, doesn't need one. Interact with object. That's where we would want like public bool is complete is false, and then is complete is actually is complete. Complete manually is where we'd set is complete equals true. So that's how we would do these sort of like timed actions. So stare pensively at object. That's what we'll implement here. And let's go ahead and just get our empty block at the end of here. So things actually compile, implement the whole interface. So here, when we stare for a certain amount of seconds, it would be, for example, stare pensively at object. And then we don't actually, yeah, this is going to be hard because I was going to, at the same time we queue up this action, also start a coroutine to wait for like 3 seconds and then mark it complete. But we need to do that when the action actually starts, not when we queue it up. So in execute here, we would basically need to, if we went on this road, like do another switch case based on the action type. And if it's one where we need to complete manually, then we would create a coroutine and complete it manually after some amount of seconds. I don't know that we want to do that. And we don't want to just like YOLO it and just wait for some amount of seconds from queue and be like, it'd probably be fine, because it becomes really easy to like complete it mid-action or like mess up the state somehow at that point. So, we could allow these actions to have some sort of callback that they're initiated with after like on complete or on started. On started would probably be a good one here. On X, Y, and Z. We could link those with delegates back to the main code, and then that would give us a kind of an end to when each action started. And that would allow us to accurately say like, okay, do this action for 5 seconds and then mark it complete. But I think that would also complicate the instantiation way too much, because it's not really relevant on most of them. So I kind of think we should let's just mark them as completed. These like 2 that keep throwing us in that infinite loop because we don't have the proper tracking of when they're complete yet. Let's just mark them as complete true, so when the NPC chooses to do them, he at least won't get stuck in a loop. Maybe we should also add in some sort of like dead man switch of like, if the NPC has been trying to compute or trying to complete a certain action for so long, we can just mark it as complete and move on to the next one. You know what? We should do that now. Let's do that, because that'll solve this problem without us needing to add in this hacky code. So we have this like complete manually function that we can also use there too. And maybe we call it like abort or something, or better terminology, I guess. End execution immediately. Alrighty, I'm going to call it a day. Have a great rest of the stream, Drusiv. Good night, humans. Good night, human. Good to have you here. I'm glad you're feeling better. Hope you keep feeling better. Thanks for the feedback and the chats. Alright, so our DMS on like our current action. Let's find our in progress action. Let's just say public float in progress action start time. And then here we can set that to time.time whenever we execute an action. And also later we can say this, if the in progress action is set, so we are doing something, and time.time is difference of greater than, say, 10 seconds is probably fine. Let's do 30 seconds just to be safe. And we'll say float max time per action. And again, we'll clean all this up, but we're getting it working. So if we've been doing the same action for at least 30 seconds, or more than 30 seconds, then we just immediately, ooh, we already have cancel? Yeah, that's what we should be using instead of end execution immediately. We'll do that. So yes, let's delete this, delete all these. We already have cancel, but we shouldn't throw stuff because now they're allowed to be empty for times when we don't have cleanup. Let's get rid of end execution immediately, cancel. Cleaning up the code like this is always nice. So is complete true is all we have to do to clean up interacting with an object for now. Is complete true. And cool, same. So now, if we have been doing some action for some amount of time, longer than reasonable, we can call cancel. We clear out the action, and then that on the next frame will see that we don't have a current action and go, ooh, oh right, see that we don't have an action and there's something queued up, so it'll try and run it. So this is kind of an alternative to, up here we have, if we are doing an action and it's done, clear it out so we can take the next one in this block. And here we have, if we're doing an action and it's been taking too long, effectively clear it out so we can get a new action down here. All right, so this should work now. So we should see, like right now, he did some actions and then he got on one that never completed. So he's just standing there because he doesn't know that he's done staring at this house. But now we can have him do any action, and if any of them lasts longer than, you know what, let's not take 30 seconds. Let's do 10 seconds, just so it's more obvious on camera. I don't want to wait around for minutes looking at this. We will see them like break out of that trance and queue up the next action. And hopefully this is all being added to their action history, so they will keep doing new things. I'm also just realizing that that big loop that we were in, I wonder if that was just eating tokens with OpenAI, because it was effectively an infinite loop around the LLM. Hope not. All right, so here we're building this loop. We don't need to break there. Where'd he go? He's off doing something. So it's kind of cool that we can just like observe him and see like, oh, he was looking at that tombstone. Now he's probably he's coming to me to talk to me. And then when I close this, it marks that done. And now he's going to go look at the well. And now he might go talk to me again. And now I close that. He's going to go look at the well, I guess. And maybe he's staring intently at like that tree over there or something right now. Now he's going to go talk to me again. I feel like we should get them to not talk to you as much. And also I'm noticing he's doing stuff while he talks to me. So we'll need to double check that state management. I think he's staring at us now. Staring at us again. He'll probably stare at us again, I assume. 5 seconds go by. He breaks out of it. Oh, nope. Now he's going to come talk to us. Huh. Okay, so how do we want to get him to not talk to us so much? I mean, we could also enable or disable certain things on each NPC, or even set like cooldowns for them. Yeah, definitely. Seems like the is complete on dialogues. Maybe we messed that up. So I feel like it's being marked complete before it's actually complete. So let's take a quick look at that. Initiate conversation is complete when we're not copying ourselves, so decompose to try again should instantiate to false. Has open conversation should be false. Wonder why. Because the first time it's called, he'll decompose it into coming to us and then talking to us. And this current action that is decomposing gets decomposed, so it gets marked true as complete immediately. But the new ones should have this false. Yeah, that seems reasonable. And so those has open conversation should also be false by default, hopefully. You know what? I don't necessarily trust that. Let's just reset these. Just in case. We can always delete it later when we are reasonable. But that should work. I mean, it should have worked before, but he works, don't he? Andrew, he's flying around, but I wonder if he's trying to pick up this item right now. He really talks to me way too much. Like, I would hate this if I was a player and this guy just kept walking over and trying to talk to me. So we probably want to make him not talk to you as much. Maybe let him go do his own thing. But I'm trying to think of the best way to get him to not talk to you as much. He's coming over to talk to me again. What, sir? I have not uncovered the secrets of heartstone minerals within the Crimson Forest. Sorry. So now he's going to go look at the campfire. He'll probably come back and talk to us some more. So yeah, how do we want to keep him from just continuously talking to us? We could give each action a cooldown. We could like try and weight the actions differently. So he like picks one more or less often than the others. We could decrease the collider or something. So he only tries to talk to the player when you're really close. Entering lurk mode. No worries. Thanks for being here. Also, we definitely broke these colliders really a lot. Whenever you interact with something that is very close to you. Also, this freaking bear. Stop talking to me. Is he hiding over there? He's gonna come talk to me again? Don't you... I have not found the heartstone minerals in the Crimson Forest yet. I'm so sorry. Leave me alone. I see you over there. Okay, but I mean, it is kind of crazy that he sees you from a distance and he's like, hey, you, I wanted to talk to you. Come on back. But I do hate how frequent it is, especially if you like, one, go to town and all the NPCs come to you to talk to you, but two, the typewriter effect hadn't even finished on his previous message when he reopened the conversation with me. Alright, so it's not actually going to work in the towns because we haven't given all of the NPCs nav agents. and they need a nav agent to be able to walk on our nav mesh. Just this guy has one, but we can kind of observe him from afar, see if he does anything. I think this is past the distance, like if he's this distance away from the player, his brain turns off. But if we move a little closer, we should probably see him like turn back on, because it's been longer than 5 seconds since he's been doing this, so he's itching for a new action to do. So as soon as we're close enough, he's gonna just like beeline to something. And of course, it's us. Yes. Have you encountered the Heartstone in the Crimson Forest, or does the land still deny my plea through you? Excuse me, sir. Absolutely not. Sir. I mean, also one quick thing we should add on initiate conversation. So we decompose this way, and so we always requeue it onto the stack of actions. However, that means if the player just keeps running away, it'll always target that player again, no matter how far he is, even if he's outside of this like brain range. So we should add a max distance on initiate conversation. So we should say like, if the player is above a max distance, we should just drop this action and do something else. So here we can just say like, if it's greater than 50 or something, then we can cancel. So, yeah, that'll be fine. I mean, it kind of works. That's exciting, though. Yeah, I mean, that might be a great place to end things. Let's go back in the game. Let's just taunt this bear a little bit more. But been streaming for almost 4.5 hours. We did a ton. We implemented the command pattern for NPC actions. We defined a bunch of specific actions that the NPC can take. We built a AI layer on top of that for each NPC to look around their surroundings, get a list of objects near them and how far they are and stuff, and then use that to make a decision on which action to take. And we also built a queue in their brain for the next action to take. So while they take one action, they can be queuing up and deciding what they want to do next. Those actions can decompose into multiple actions. They can get canceled early. They can run successfully. But this queue keeps running, and the NPC always is asking itself, like, hey, what do I want to do next? And that's kind of cool. We will probably extend it to, like, we have these generic interactable world objects. I'm planning on adding another field soon for, like, extended metadata, like information about this object that is rarely ever shown to the player, but we can use for AIs to give them a little extra stuff, like, why is this lemon tree haunted? The information there would probably be in that description instead of the name of it. But we can pass all that through to this nearby objects list that we craft as well. So in addition to like distance, we could get facts about each object and learn more about them. Might factor in more of like, Maybe he doesn't want to go next to the tombstone because it's someone he cares about. Yeah, I mean it's a cool system and it works. And now off screen, I will make it more broad, add more actions that they can take, and I'll add all those nav mesh agents to all the NPCs. But now they can, I mean, they can decide. We still need to. The big thing is we need to track memories that they're building when they are like talking to the player, and like these initial memories that we add. I forget where we even store them. Yeah, on the brain. So this guy doesn't have any memories, but we need to take each of those and basically just do the same thing where we insert them into this as well. But we're holding off on that because we need to do some like semantic search to just get the most relevant memories instead of just dumping them all in the prompt. We only want memories like about these objects or about, well, probably just these objects and maybe it's like some recent ones. But yeah, it's pretty cool. It's fun to just watch him move around. It's interesting to know like what all the different actions are and can be. So I'm like, oh, he's moving there, so he's probably doing this thing. I think that would be a really cool experience for like some of the animal brains, like the enemies in the game. If they have a very limited action pool, then the player kind of learns like these are the things they can do, and they can get more of that like hunting and tracking experience of like watching them and seeing what they're gonna do, and just hunting enemies. Sounds pretty fun, tracking them and stuff. But yeah, that's what we built. It's a lot. I think it's going to be really cool. I obviously like animations and sounds and blah 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 still need done. This guy still talks to you way too freaking much. There's tweaks we need to do here and there on the implementation of each action as well, but yeah, I mean, these NPCs are thinking for themselves. They are deciding what they want to do. This guy, in all of his infinite wisdom, wanted to go look at a mossy boulder, and now he's probably going to tell me about it. So you got that to look forward to, I guess. And he's off. Gonna go look at that well. All right. Yeah, that's the stream right there. Thank you, everyone, for coming. I hope you learned something. I hope you had fun. We are building Elixir Emporium. Let me dump the Steam link in the chat. I don't know anyone that is streaming right now. You know what? I got somebody with one viewer. I'm sure he would appreciate 2 viewers. So yeah, give Elixir Emporium a wishlist on Steam. We also have a Discord that we'd love to see you guys in. That's gamers, game devs, people that are just interested in what we're doing. And we'd love to hear about what you're doing as well. I'm going to send us on over to the sorry, not him. The Funbase Alpha. Let me make sure he actually is doing game dev right now. He is. So there's just a couple of us. I don't think he'll mind a little small raid. Tell him I said hi, and have a good day. I'm going to take this poppy music and get myself a drink because my throat hurts, and I'll be hanging out in his chat, and then I'll be back on Discord while I code. So see you guys. Enjoy.